There's Ram. And all side by side, the Jags. They have to go either side of the number 17 MG. He's having a baptism of fire, is Mark Richards. And they go through, one each side, and they're still together. And they can see Ram ahead, but Ram's probably best part of 300 metres clear. Moving up really well is the 44 car, which is Guy Connew, had that problem earlier on. He's past the Castrol liveried car. He's in the Group 44 Quaker State sort of Bob Tullius look-alike. And they've got the yellow and blue Honda Integra ahead of them as a pace car.
Just giggling away at the TVR Tuscan that even though it was nearly at the start-finish line, you could still see the accelerator being feathered, and every time he pressed it to see whether there was any more adhesion, the tail end of the Tuscan quickly reminded him that no, there's more power than traction, and therefore it's probably a wise idea to lift back off again. So that'll be heading up towards you now. You said it was sideways. Yeah, I didn't expect it to be quite as sideways, quite as far down the start-finish line as it was.
So yeah, tribute colour scheme. There's an XJS that looks like a Hesketh.
It does, yeah, Daniel Stewart's car, yeah.
Even down to the red numbers.
So there goes our number 99 Jaguar that leads that element of the race, the ToyoTiresWatchdog.com Saloon Championship. James Ram, what do his lap times look like? He's lost another place. He's dropped to 8th overall. He's still just lapping quicker, only just lapping quicker than Tom Robinson. So yeah, he's on to the lead of that element of the race.
Yeah, he is. There's the Holden I see in there as well. Yes, all the time now, Philpott, who's, I think, just about got the better of Robinson, certainly on this part of the circuit, certainly closer than he was to James Ram. I reckon that 300 metres is down to, I don't know, 200, 250, something like that. They're getting closer.
Oh, a spin, unfortunately, for Dominic Malone coming out of the chicane. I thought he was going to do a full 360 and prevent the back end of the car going into the pit wall, but it was just light touch into the back of the pit wall in the end for the number 74 BMW that was in third position. He's stationary in the middle of the circuit at the moment, and I think he's trying to get the car fired back up.
2 minutes to go.
Light damage to the rear. Wouldn't surprise me if he can get the engine going. He'll be able to move it out of harm's way. But for the moment, Marcus, no, stuck in the middle of the track, going nowhere, I'm afraid.
Sloshed the fuel away from its pickup. 149 is having a good little tussle down the order. 149 and 234. The Hutchins
red
and Wilson tussle. They've barely been more than a few metres apart all the race.
Well, the red flags are out, I'm afraid. And typical, as soon as the red flags come out, then, yeah, Dominic Malone does get the BMW moving again and is trickling his way over the start-finish line with, by the look of things, a few sparks coming from underneath. So whatever, when he hit the pit wall, it has damaged something. It's almost slap bang in the middle of the car, but underneath the rear bumper, and he is continuing around the track, Marcus, so you should be able to pick up on that. But with a minute and 39 to go, that's going to be it, isn't it?
It is, and there'll be some disappointed drivers down there, particularly those in the Jaguar chase, because they're getting closer to James Ram. Ram will be breathing a sigh of relief, no doubt. And yes, so here's the black BMW. Yeah, it's a bit sort of scuffed up. There's something, as you say, kicking up sparks, but on the basis he's driven it all the way back and not straight into the assembly area or something like that, just get it off the track. He's obviously convinced that it is ambulant and it's fine. So
it was one of those spins that it was facing backwards and he tried to spin it in the right direction. I think if he'd let it roll backwards it'd have been okay, but because he tried to get it back around in the right direction by doing another input into the steering wheel, it was that put it into the pit wall, unfortunately. But it was thankfully just a light touch, so most of the energy had gone. So it looks as though the cars are being, as we thought, checkered flag being shown now as well as the red flag. So that means that car number 199, Jamie Sturgis, will be the winner and will claim the Viren Builders Open Series section of the race. Second in the race was another car from the Viren Builders Open Series, number 128, Brad Sheehan. And third was car number 581. Martin Ellis at the wheel of his TVR Tuscan. Fourth will be number 49 that finished in fourth place, Robert Taylor. Fifth will be the car that brought about the red flag, so unlikely to remain when we see the classified results in there in fifth position. Sixth on the road at the point the red flag came out was number 62, which was Matthew Evans, and seventh was number 93, which was Colin Wells. Eighth place was the leading Jaguar, so maximum championship points, one would have thought, go the way in his class of number 99, James Ram. Ninth was another Jaguar, but that was a Class C win for the slightly less modified Jaguar, number 67 of Colin Philpott, and completing the top 10 was another Jag, which was number 4, which is Tom Robinson. So that sort of gives you the Jaguar podium as well. 11th was number 9, Dylan Popovich. 12th was number 158, which was Derek Pearce. 13th was 44, Guy Connew, making good progress after his problems with Marcus in the early stages.
He had no problem with me, just a problem with his car. He got tagged and spun, I think.
And then had to wait for the whole pack to go through before he could get going. That was it, sort of a double whammy for him.
Recovery though, so was he 13th or something, wasn't he?
He was 13th in the end, yeah. 14th goes the way of number 24, Michael Seaborn. 15th place was number 11, Michael Holt, despite the damage to the rear of his car when he clouted the barriers, having run onto the grass and into the tyre wall here at the club chicane. But the car kept going and therefore should be easily repairable for race number 2 a little bit later on today for them. Number 34, Dave Griffin, was there in 16th place. 97, Lawrence Coppock was in 17th place. 18th place was 144, which is going to be David Trigg, isn't it, at the wheel of his Ginetta. Then it will be Jeffrey Beale, number 163 in the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus, that was 19th place and completing the top 20 again to at least give you the top 20. It was car number 19 that finished in 20th position, and I'm not sure we had a starting driver for car number 19. Not sure that we did. Yes, we did. It was Wayne Dye. Wayne Dye started that car. So that gives you the top 20. Our first race of the afternoon brought to an abrupt halt, but no real clearing up to be done as a result of the red flag. So it shouldn't be that much longer before we get the cars for the next race heading out onto the circuit, which is the Cartec Motorsport Modern Classics, the Motorsport School Turbo Tin Tops, and the Cartec Motorsport Puma Cup. As we mentioned earlier on, if only just tuning in now on TSL, we won't be hearing from any of our drivers over the course of this weekend because of a lack of podiums to do with social distancing. We'll just bring you the racing action and can shuffle the paperwork, Marcus, I suppose, in between, which is quite a...
In my case, shuffle the metaphoric paperwork. They don't seem to have much paperwork. But yes, the Open Series, Verum Builders Open Series and the Jaguars back out again later, are they not?
They are. We will see them back out. Race number 6 of the 7 that we've got today, so our penultimate race of the afternoon, and that's scheduled to get underway at around about 10 past 5 this afternoon.
That's when the glorious sunshine arrives.
Let's hope so. Let's hope so. Could do with some more of that, couldn't we? We had it all over the course of March, I think.
Oh, and yesterday afternoon here.
It was beautiful. It was beautiful. Very, very warm, yeah. So those cars then heading out of harm's way, which means that we can then shuffle the paperwork and get ready for the next of the races. As we say, coming up in a few moments' time, it's the Cartec Motorsport Modern Classics, the Motorsport School Turbo Tin Tops, and the Cartec Motorsport Puma Cup that's next up.
I wouldn't have you any other way. Do you know that? Yeah. Hey, I will chat through the Wait, I need you to clear the grid. Yeah. Everybody, thank you. Thank you for that last stream. No. You've gone down to it below. They've seen that or not. Who was the one that had the yellow flag over the pit wall? That should have happened. Yeah, they shouldn't have had that. It's the only thing that will come back. So that's not a flag point. It's the only thing. But apart from that, can happen. Yeah. Still will be a new from upstairs. You know what I was like. I didn't know whether to call it or not. I thought I did that you could see it. I could see it, but I was waiting to see whether he was going to. No, that's not off. That's supposed to report it anyway. Yeah, of course. There we go. Yeah. I will wait until they will turn them on until we. Oh, them fluffy. You want to turn them off on the... No, you just want them to fail again. I'll wait to see how, give them see if they realise, and whenever we go... Well, whenever they go, I will say to the lovely people. Right, boards. We're copying this one. Right, we've got 41 cars, so pick a random row. Pick something that you would like to look on.
I'll just about to make his day work.
Yeah. Right, okay. We'll keep an eye. think the start went really well.
It really did. I was celebrating that lady who looked over as my mum. She celebrated for fucking start work. I'm not giving a shit. All I wanted was to go and cock it up, and they all fucking nailed it. It was yeah, but that's normal about it. It's not really. Actually, it's just yeah, right.
Well, whenever you see somebody starting with an orange best it's just like two cats more cautious, don't you?
Yeah, they go.
There's a while off of media, those two.
We're all looking. What?
Start our assembly done, wet race board. So, yeah, they do have it.
I like that.
Five, 197 was the one that stopped the queue, wasn't it? So we feel. Perfect, thank you. Race 3. Race 3. No, race 3. Wait.
So the countdown board's being shown in the assembly area to the competitors for the next race, the Modern Classics, the Turbo Tin Tops and the Puma Cup, and they'll make their way out onto circuits. Let's give you the way that the grid will line up then following their qualifying session this morning, and we'll give you some, I'm not necessarily got all, but Marcus might have a few extra starting drivers for this one. Pole position goes the way of number 34, Dave Griffin, with his BMW, and alongside it's a TVR Tuscan, number 70, which is Stuart Daburn. So that's 34 and 70 on row number 1. Row 2 of the grid is 56, Alan Thompson with his BMW, alongside the Porsche 911, number 71, that will be started by Aston Blake. His father, Tony, will take over for part 2 of the race, 56 and 71. The third row of the grid is 63, which is Doug Simon. We've just seen that car out, so very quick sort of swap around that they will need to do. And alongside is number 86, for which I don't have a starting driver. I'm not sure whether it's Kevin Bird or Charles Hyde Andrews Bird that will be starting that one, 63 and 86. The fourth row of the grid is the first of the Turbo Tin Tops cars, which is number 163, Alex Tate, alongside 19 Steve Griffiths, 163 and 19. As they head off now onto their formation lap. The fifth row of the grid is number 12, which is Charlie Newton-Darby, alongside 166, which is Richard Clark, 12 and 166, with row 6 being car number 68. Jake Severs will start behind the wheel of the Beetle RSI, alongside 90, which is Ian Bower. 68 and 90. The seventh row of the grid, 43, Andy Thompson, and 58, which will be started by Clive Leatherby, the TVR Tuscan that's just competed in the hands of Matthew Ellis, so very quick swap over there as well, 43 and 58, row number 7, with row 8 being 11, which is Andrew Presswell, and 39, Rob Hardy, 11 and 39. The ninth row of the grid is 701, qualified out of session. It went well very briefly this morning, but expired after just one flying lap. Stuart Emmett, scheduled to start behind the wheel of the Honda, alongside 26, which is Roger Hamilton, 701 and 26. Row 10 of the grid is 97. Again, I don't have a start driver. I'm not sure whether it's Clive Seegers or Andrew Grimm that will start. And alongside is number 20, which will be started by David Sharp, 97 and 20. The 11th row of the grid, car number 421, Dawn Boyd, and 74, which is Martin Glennie. 421 and 74. Row 12 is 91, Stephen Archer in his Porsche, alongside number 10, the orange Porsche, can't miss that one, of John Cockerton, 91 and 110. The 13th row of the grid, 42, Alan Drain, and number 4, which is the son of the pairing. Roger will take over later on, but Andrew starts behind the wheel of the Toyota Supra, 42 and 4. Row 14 of the grid is 46, James Brodie, and number 5, which will be started by John Walker, 46 and 5. Row 15 of the grid is 213, Daniel Cogswell, and 175, which is the first of the Pumas we've got in the field, John Bolt. 213 and 175. Row 16 is 66, Tony Harmon, and number 8, which will be started by Alex Gray, 66 and 8. Row 17 is 41, Glenn Davies, and 42, which is 32, which is James Fordham will start, 41 and 32. The 18th row of the grid, 139, Alan Tice, and number 80, Paul Anderton, 139 80. The 19th row of the grid, 47, don't have a starting driver, Simon Hans shares with Joe Roach, and alongside will be 154, Ian Scruton, that's 47 and 154. The penultimate row of the grid, row 20, 197, Jonathan Harbour, and 142, which is Mark Jackson, 197 and 142. And on his own, on the 21st and final row of the grid, should be car number 100, Melvin Cockerton. So that gives you the full grid, and hopefully a chunk of the starting drivers, but there's a few gaps in there, Marcus.
Yeah, they hadn't issued the start drivers for race 3 when I left earlier on, so unfortunately I don't have access to them.
Right, I'm just going to double check start drivers at race 3, and it definitely does not have a number 86 listed. No, it doesn't, so no, we don't know whether it's Kevin or Chab that starts behind the wheel of that one, and on the basis of it's a right-hand drive car, neither of us will see a great deal of the driver.
Exactly, it's all been reliveried for this year, hasn't it? It's now in the colours of the Australian Fred Gibson Motorsport Skylines that ran in the 90s.
It looks great, doesn't it? Absolutely super. And always seems as though it's another sort of driver pairing or another names that you seem to see cropping up racing something nearly every weekend somewhere.
Yep, they're a quick pair of guys, and young Chab, who sort of worked his way up through the Castle Combe Saloon Championship.
Yeah.
Certainly no stranger to the power now of these sort of cars.
Just having a quick look, can I see anything of the driver which might... Dark overalls, dark helmet is all I can see. So if that gives you any possibility, you're a more knowledgeable man than me when it comes to Kevin Bird and Chab.
I recognise them out of the car, but not necessarily in it.
Right, so... Again, same process as it will be for all of the races this weekend. The cars get released from the assembly area straight out onto what is their green flag formation lap. They then line up on the grid, which does take a while with 40 cars, or 21 rows in the case of this one. It takes a while to get them all lined up, and then once they're all lined up, we will be away and racing. And this one, even though we've got modern classics mixed up with turbo tin tops and Ford Pumas, there's no delay in the start. So they will all go off as one. There's no split grid for this one, as we've just seen with the Firm Builders Open Series and the Toyo Tyres Watchdogapp.com Jaguar Saloon Championship. So away they will all go, and all 41 of them will charge into the site of Marcus Pye shortly after.
Provided they get round Allard, that is. Let's keep our fingers well and truly crossed.
That's not a given, is it, with 41 cars? That is definitely not a given.
Particularly when they're a very mixed pack.
It's mixed pack, mixed ability, and we've got, it was dry for qualifying, it's wet now. We've got some front-wheel drive cars, we've got some rear-wheel drive, we've got some normally aspirated, we've got some turbocharged. There's a bit of everything, isn't there?
Mixed acceleration down the field from someone who didn't manage to qualify very well.
Yeah.
And has great ambitions off the line that you worry about.
And the rain is certainly falling as well, isn't it?
So it came down,
it's not going to get any drier.
As I say, yeah.
Into the pit lane has come Tony Harmon at the wheel of his pink Ginetta G20. So he is clearly not happy with something. Probably the fact that Ginetta doesn't have a roof, with the conditions deteriorating continually. But he's parked up by the team, and they're having a look around the right rear wheel of the car. So maybe some sort of vibration he's felt.
Wheel bearing or G20s used to have diff issues quite often.
So now going to the left rear wheel, so it's definitely something at the tail end that's a cause for concern as far as the driver's concerned. So just a couple more rows to come into position. We have got the penultimate row coming into position now, as good as, And then the final row of the grid, which does include a Ford Puma that qualified out of session, that's now joined in onto the tail end to have some fun in this one. Car number 191 is now there, which is a car I'm scratching my head with at the moment. I thought that when it was qualifying out of session. But it's there at the back of the grid anyway. So we are about ready to go. Green flag is waving now. Rear-wheel drive BMW and rear-wheel drive TVR Tuscan on the
191's Harry Hardy.
Right, okay, thank you very much for that one. And then as the lights come on, they go out now. It's a good start from Dave Griffin, but the best of the starts is from Aston Blake at the wheel of the rear-engined Porsche, and might just lead the race here around the outside of the TVR at Allard. And yeah, it's going to lead into the sight of Marcus Pye for the first time, the Porsche.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous-looking thing, this Porsche, and Aston Blake does drive it very well. Here he comes then. He's got 3 or 4 lengths over... Well, in fact, it's the very, very brightly striped Ford that sits there in second place. And Dayburn's next up. Thompson on the inside of him, trying to go through. And trying to go between the pair of them is the Silver Beetle, rather impudently. And is hanging in there really strongly.
So that'll be Jake Severs, won't it, who started behind the wheel of that car, pushing on hard. The gloom in the distance, looking worse now than it did for the last race. So the cloud level is getting thicker and thicker and lower and lower. And now I
didn't see much sign of the Diet Coke poleman among the top half dozen.
I'm just having a quick look now and seeing as to... Right, the heavens have absolutely opened now. It was raining before. It's properly raining now. And as we look towards... I think he's there, but I think he might be in second or third place, possibly. Can't quite tell. Because
circumspect start.
Yeah, it just didn't seem to... I thought rear-wheel drive BMW would go well, but it's certainly not. It is going to be Aston Blake that still leads the pack, is he, as they head in towards the braking area for the club chicane? Yes, he does. In second position, it's Alex Tate that's there in second position. Yeah, going beautifully well at the wheel of the front-wheel drive Fiesta, the first of the turbo tin-top cars that we've got in the field. Jake Severs is there in third place. Alan Thompson's green BMW is in fourth place. The Kevin Bird, Charles Hyde, Andrews Bird Nissan is there in fifth position, and it's going to be Steve Griffiths at the wheel of the Ginetta that's there in sixth place. As for the pole sitter, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, I think, as he comes over the start-finish line for the pole sitter.
Blimey. It's a 40-minute race, though, so there's a lot to be done. And looking up the inside comes the Beetle, comes up into second place past Tate. So the Beetle, sounding really racy, is herring after something which many, many years ago was based on a previous type of Beetle, the lovely Porsche Carrera. And that Beetle is going really well with Severs in it in second place. Looks to be very sure-footed.
It certainly does look to be hugely sure-footed with Jake Severs starting. Father Andre will take over the car for the second part of the race. Former Formula V front runner, wasn't he, for a very good number of years back in the 1980s, wasn't he, Andre Severs? And a champion, if memory serves me correctly. So, again, right, out at Goodwood, can't see a thing now. I've got to rely on Church Corner and onwards because there is no visibility.
The white TVR that got sort of recycled from the previous race looks like it's now sort of a fish pond, sort of full of water. The driver in the middle of it.
It's certainly a day for wanting a roof on the top of your car rather than the likes of the TVRs and the Ginettas that are out there. Well, Andre Severs has now taken the lead of the race from Aston Blake, who's there in second place. The leading turbo tin tops is still Alex Tate in third position. Then it's the Nissan in fourth place, Kevin Bird or Chab, depending on which one of the pair is driving it. And Alan Thompson's still doing a good job of hanging on to them at the wheel of his metallic green BMW. Over the start-finish line have gone the leaders. Well, Jake Severs, not only has he taken the lead on that lap, he's pulled away to the tune of 2 1/4 seconds just over.
Yeah, absolutely extraordinary. And it is going really strong. He says Jake or Andre driving? We've
Jake.
Both. It's Jake
yeah.
currently.
Yeah, that was the information that's been very kindly...
The Bird Nissan had a look at Tate at the inside of Cobb, didn't make it, dropped back, and will now have to chase around the back. Yes, there's very definitely lots of standing water to cut through now in places.
Yeah,
very shiny-looking surface. There's the 34 Griffin BMW, the poleman, down in 12th place.
We did have a spin at the chicane for the orange Porsche of John Cockerton, so he has had a rotation and was in the middle part of the chicane, so it's not the first right-hand element, it was the left-hand element where he spun the car and was facing in the wrong direction. He'll be out at the wheel of his 935 tomorrow, won't he, in the Special Saloons and Mod Sports race. As our race leader is heading round through Brooklands and starting to press on up the hill again in towards the braking area. Plumes of spray.
Watch guys like Stuart Toburn in 70 down in 7th place in the TVR. He's a pretty rapid driver, and just realising how grim these conditions are.
The Volkswagen Beetle RSI looks absolutely totally at ease with these conditions,
doesn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. There's no other word for it. Now Alex Tate is in 2nd position. Aston Blake has dropped to 5th, so Alex Tate's up to 2nd, and the Nissan is now up into 3rd place and going for 2nd place up the inside at Allard Corner. It's made it through, yep. So Alex Tate in the Ford Fiesta was in 2nd, now down to 3rd.
The Bird Nissan then has the right tyres in qualifying and one of the races at Castle Combe recently. Went for totally the wrong choice, an ambitious choice of dryer tyres, and ended up spinning 3 times across the 2 races. Still did well, still got to the end.
I think that our pole sitter, Dave Griffin, may well have gone for the wrong tyres as well, because he looks very, very gingerly heading through the club chicane. He's down into something like 12th, 13th positions now. In fact, make that 14th, actually, as he comes over the start-finish line. One car into the pit lane, and that is the Porsche of Rob Hardy into the pit lane. Number 90 also heads to the pit lane as well. Now, this is before the pit window has opened, in theory, so it tends to suggest that all may not be well with these cars. And also the Hardy car, the Puma that started off the back of the grid and qualified out of session, also dies to the pit lane this time through as well, Marcus. So
okay,
there's a few that you'll be missing from your lap chart. As for our race leader, though, well, he's amongst the traffic now and is about to put a lap on the Nissan Almera GTI, which is not a car you particularly see racing many of them, do you, the Nissan Almera GTI?
I don't think the designer really kind of had aspirations for that kind of thing, but it's again, it's shown well in the past.
It was a good car. I remember driving one back in period, a manufacturer's sort of press car back in period, and it was a hellishly powerful car, really, for a little hatchback. But in these conditions, it just seems as though it's struggling a little bit, as are many of them, because as you suggested a few laps ago, the standing water now is absolutely horrific.
The Beatles is just magnificent. And he's already through the complex, and we've got 3 abreast coming down here into the complex, and it's the Bird stroke Jab Nissan in 2nd place, probably 100 or so metres ahead of Tate now. 56 is the bright green BMW of Alan Thompson. And then there's the Blake Porsche 71, but they're all well split now.
Yeah, I mean, the lap that Andre Severs has put in, his fastest lap is 2.5 seconds quicker than anybody has managed. The last lap he did was the best part of nearly 4 seconds quicker than anybody is currently doing. So just going to show that it's not just our eyes, it's a very, very sure-footed car at this stage.
I remember seeing a race at Spa last year, which Alex Taylor won, regular with the club, didn't he? Yeah. With his Mazda RX-7 beat chevrons, Can-Am cars, all sorts of things, by about half an hour.
You know,
Staggering.
I suggested Dave Griffin, our pole sitter, was on the wrong tyres.
Yes.
He's in the pit lane. I think he's probably decided that enough is enough. He's
probably thinking to himself, the commentary which I'm listening to on the radio tells him on the wrong tyres, so I must be.
Into the pit lane also comes Dawn Boyd at the wheel of her Volkswagen Golf, so that's another car that's heading to the pit lane. Now, the pit window opens 10 minutes into the race. We're only 8 3/4 minutes in at the moment, but with ever-worsening conditions, then there's maybe a few drivers that are just deciding it might be safer to keep the car in one piece, including John Cockerton, who also dies in the pit lane.
The white Toyota Celica ran off the road coming through the complex, but the leading VW is on course to lap majority of the field here, because it's going to get another, I should think, 5 or 6 cars before the end of this lap. Just chasing them down, it just sits there, nailed to the ground.
It just looks effortless, doesn't it, from what Andre, all right,
You've got to hope that he's actually got some vision out of it as well, because that's as much as good as the grip may be. If you can't see out of it, you'll struggle. You've probably got a heated screen.
Aston Blake is coming into the pit lane at the wheel of his Porsche as well, but the safety car boards are being shown around the circuit, which tends to suggest that because of the weather conditions having deteriorated so much, they're going to throw the safety car out there by the look of things. So,
time for a pit stop, maybe.
Time for a bit of 10 seconds to go. So, yeah, if you're going to head into the pit lane, any second now would be ideal.
So is the safety car going out? There's no safety car signs here.
Right, the boards are out on the start-finish line, but I haven't seen the safety car leave the pit lane area as yet.
There's now bow waves from the pair of Minis and the Golf going through the complex.
It's a good job we didn't have the front splitter on that BMW from earlier going through, wasn't it?
Yeah. Like the Isle of Wight ferry.
Right, here's our race leader. All right, okay, and we've got a Toyota Supra going off at Allard Corner, and is it going to stop before the barriers? No, is the answer, unfortunately. So that was Andrew Hayes that just aquaplaned coming over the start-finish line, and the yellow flags and the safety car boards were out, and he had eased his pace, but I think just the water getting underneath the tyres. And
is that the white one?
The white one,
had the moment up here.
He's in the barriers. I think he slid a long way on the grass and then sort of sideswiped the barriers with the rear end, which then pulled the front end in. But I think he will get going. Because it was sort of a softish side-on impact. But
the safety car is here, running right behind the leader. In actual fact,
right behind the leader.
Behind the leader.
Ah, right.
But he can't catch the leader.
Right.
Hasn't got the grip. There's now four Pumas. Four Pumas in a row going through. There's a couple of RX-8s together. Oh yes, here's the white Toyota. And
light damage, I would say.
I can't see any damage from this side.
Okay.
So
got away with it then. Pit window is now open. Safety car is out. Cars are diving in, including the first of the front runners, which is number 56, Alan Thompson, has dived for the pit lane.
Vivid green BMW.
Yeah, it's a wrap on it, but is it? It is a wrap. I remember Alan telling me a season or so ago, but I don't think there's another car that races in that colour in the country, is there?
Well, there's a Lotus, isn't there, here, an Evora or Europa or something that's quite similar, but it's certainly different.
Andrew Rath's car, yeah. Also, we've got coming in from the front end of Turbo Tin Tops, that being Charlie Newton-Darby's number 12 Mini is into the pit lane. He saw a slow pink Ginetta ahead of him coming into the pit lane, and I think he decided to dive in a bit quicker than the Ginetta, just as the Ginetta wanted to turn right into the pit lane, and there was almost something that happened on pit lane entry there.
I'm just watching the TVR Tuscans here, and thinking from the old days of racing around historics in Formula 5000s, what we were told to do by those who raced them for real in period was put it in fourth gear and leave it there.
Yes.
Because you can actually do the Mallory Park hairpin in fourth in a Formula 5000.
Well, you've got the torque to pull it out, haven't you? Yeah,
absolutely. Fourth of the fifth of the five.
So even at slow speed, the amount of standing water that's coming from these tyres and puddles on pit lane entry is staggering. Andre Severs still continuing around our race leader. Into the pit lane has come the Vauxhall VXR this time. And I suspect that unless conditions improve, which looking over towards the southwest, Marcus...
doesn't look imminent, does it?
No, absolutely, yeah.
I remember a meeting in the 70s where I came out and I walked from Andover Station to the circuit. I was so keen as a kid to come and watch the racing. And it was muggy and horrible. Got here, it tipped with rain until middle of the afternoon, and then it got all bright and lovely and sunny for Brian Cutting to go out in his Escort Martin V8 and win a special saloon race, Wendy Wool's race or something like that. And I was then able to trudge back to Andover to go home.
Dried out by the time you got there then, with the weather having changed.
Fine, I was sheltering.
More and more cars heading for the pit lane. A Toyota Supra that briefly went into the barriers, but Allard is in. The car of Charles Hyde Andrews Bird, Kevin Bird, is into the pit lane. The Nissan Andy Thompson Seat is in. The Nissan Almira is in. David Sharp's yellow Lotus with the green stripes down it is also into the pit lane. Melvin Cockerton has come into the pit lane, and now everybody else is filing their way into the pit lane. Steve Griffiths is in as a wheel of his Ginetta. The number 70 Stuart Dayburn TVR Tuscan comes in. The number 63 BMW of Doug Semen heads into the pit lane. Back into the pit lane goes the pink Ginetta that was in there or trying to get in there on the previous lap, but opted not to. Tony Harmon. So the pit lane is looking, well, at the moment, pretty much at capacity. Capacity grid, capacity pit lane. Dawn Boyd continued round, albeit she came into the pit lane. I think might have handed over to Jamie Butcher. We've got Felix Archer continuing around at the wheel of his Porsche Boxster, but other than that, I think all the rest of the cars are queued up behind the safety car at the moment, which I cannot foresee, Marcus, is going to head into the pit lane in the next few laps.
Yep. It's very much survival of the fittest out here.
Now, my next question is, now, has the safety car waved by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars, or has the safety car actually caught them up? No, right, the car that's behind the safety car now is Andre Severs, the race leader, so we have managed to release a few cars, which are all still under these conditions going very slowly, and I think into the pit lane will go a few of them. Yeah, the number 58 TVR Tuscan heads in, which is Chris Leatherby. Number 26 Ginetta also dives for the pit lane, and Andre Severs dives for the pit lane this time through. Right, so just as the safety car had reordered the field to get the race leader behind it, he heads into the pit lane. So who hasn't pitted as yet? The number 5 Mazda RX-8 hasn't pitted as yet, John Walker. The number 701 Honda Civic, which was, I think, Stuart Emmett, was it not? Yeah, hasn't pitted as yet either. So there's not many that haven't pitted as yet. Alex Gray hasn't pitted at the wheel of number 8 car. And I noticed we'd also had a change for the lead of the Puma class as well, because we had got up into the lead of the Pumas, Marcus, had gone Ian Scruton.
Okay.
But he has now gone into the pit lane. So
we did have 4 Pumas running pretty much nose to tail at one point, so
yeah.
I guess if one of them would have stopped or whatever, there would have been a change.
Well, I think he'd taken the lead of the class, but has now pitted, whereas the others haven't. So he was already in the lead of it before he came in.
I think the tonneau cover on the TVR Tuscan's fairly pointless. Most of the O appears to be in the driver's seat with him, Stuart Dayburn.
Well, I'm trying to think back again into the format of those cars. Did some of them not, where the tonneau cover would be positioned, have a filler cap as well? The fuel tank was on position on that side.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think they were. I think the fuel tank was in the passenger footwell. Now, whether that was when they were running the Rover V8 or they'd moved to the AJP8, I can't
recall. The Rover initially, then the much more powerful AJP8,
yeah, the TVR developed engine,
which they were developing for the Chimera road car, weren't they? And you leased the engine. You leased the engine for the season, and provided you oiled it and watered it, etc., it went bang. They gave you another one.
Was that in the Tuscan Challenge, was it?
In the Tuscan Challenge.
Oh, was it? I wasn't aware that was the arrangement for it.
Yeah, that was how it all worked, and they were sort of testing that engine. And of course, they had flat plane cranks in them, so they vibrated like crazy. And one of the first things they used to do was throw the oil pump off the side of the block, which tended to kill them.
Yeah. They don't like that, do they, engines?
But the AJP, I drove the late Colin Blower's AJP, his second AJP at Mallory Park. I remember doing, it was 146 or something like that into the S's, which was quite impressive on the old telemetry.
Couple into the pit lane. Stuart Emmett brings the Honda Civic into the pit lane, and also into the pit lane was the leading Mazda RX-8 coming in as well. So that's number 5, John Walker, is in.
And just when you thought the rain couldn't get heavier, it does.
I know.
It confounds the. And it's now properly powerboat racing through the kink before the complex.
Yeah, it's not pleasant, is it? I mean, the drivers will be getting zero enjoyment out of this. They'll see their time ticking away and not really having any competitive racing, but equally as much, even in these conditions, even if we go back to racing, it's still not going to be nice, is it?
No, these conditions actually really be nice to have a benign road car, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
With big fat tread blocks.
Or a Beetle RSI.
I remember driving a Honda NSX in the snow and ice, and when the tread blocks filled up with ice, and you were just like on slicks. I was overtaken by a man, and ambitious chap in a Morris Minor van. Car noted for its mechanical grip. Not. Sailed past me, and I thought, well, I'm going to see that in the bank fairly soon, but didn't.
Thin, skinny tyres, and
I continued on my merry way at about 27 miles an hour.
Your big fat slicks, yeah. So rain absolutely bucketing it down, wind blowing it in, making it even worse. Conditions now are just awful. There is no better word for it for those of you that are listening on TSL Timing.
My
What have you got,
commentary
Marcus?
box was just moved by about 3 inches.
Or crumbs.
It's gone back. It's funny. It's on top of a sort of a plinth here. Yeah, fairly exciting. I remember the old commentary box where you are, Mark, your side, which was on stilts. It was a long way up, and there was a hole in the floor where Neville Hayes' cigarette ends had sort of burnt their way through, and they had to wend your way up a ladder if you were the runner coming from the pits with a few more sheets, and the whole thing would move by about 9 inches at the top, something like that.
No, I don't recall that. That must have been, when was that?
That was back in the later 70s.
Right, yeah, so no, it would have been way before my first ever visit to Thruxton even. So, what's the weather? Yes.
Your little white Toyota Celica that went off earlier on is now paddling round like the rest. It's none the worse for wear. 701, that's a really well turned out.
It is, yeah.
Piece of kit, isn't it?
Dan Ludlow's car, yeah, these shares with Stuart Emmett. It's Dan's been racing Hondas for a few years. This is a newer one he's built up over the course of the last few years, and yeah, it really is a beautiful, well-prepared car, but also with a fantastic livery on it as well, as it just looks the part.
It does, absolutely.
Right, so car's still circulating under safety car. We are still in the middle of the pit window. There is a couple of cars that still haven't pitted, one of which is number 175 John Bolt's Puma, which must surely be destined for the pit lane before too much longer. I'm just going to have a quick scroll through and see if he is the only one. He is the only car that is not showing as having been in the pit lane at some point during the race. Now, whether some of them that came in pitted before the pit window, which we did see a few, would need to still come back in and carry out the mandatory aspect of a pit stop, I don't know. But yeah, he's the only car that is yet Carnival 175 that has not been into the pits. And with 18 minutes of the race still to go, Marcus, I really have no idea what the officials might do with this one. They surely just can't leave them going around behind the safety car for 18 minutes. It'd be better to get to 75% and call it,
I've seen it in the Spa 6 hours. They've gone round behind the safety car for an hour.
Well,
now.
Daytona 24 hour in 2019 springs to mind for me, yeah. God, it was wet. So, order then at this stage. We'll just run you down through the order because nothing's happening really at this stage. So we've got that still interloping car that hasn't pitted. Number 68, Andre Severs having given way, Jake Severs having given way to Andre Severs, leads the race under safety car here, with all of a sudden the lux level having just come up quite significantly, but the clouds in the distance still looking rather ominous. Second in the race is number 86, which is the Nissan of Kevin Bird and Charles Hyde Andrews Bird, albeit under safety car they were 25 seconds adrift of the race leading car. Third in the race is number 8, which is Alex Gray at this stage. Fourth is number 163, which is the leading Turbo Tin Tops car of Alex Tate, the Ford Fiesta. Fourth is number 43. That will be Andy Thompson that sits there in fourth position at the wheel of the Seat. Fifth place is the leading Puma, but hasn't pitted, Carnival 175, which is going to be John Bolt. In sixth place. Seventh place is 56, which is Alan Thompson, no relation to Andy Thompson. Alan's driving the BMW, Andy's driving the Seat. Eighth place is number 70, which is Stuart Dayburn at the wheel of the TVR Tuscan. If we get back to racing, that'll be fun with him out of standing water. Ninth place is number 19, which is Steve Griffiths. And 10th place is the second of the car in Turbo Tin Tops, car number 12, which is Charlie Newton Derby. The leading Mazda RX-8 that we've got in the field at the moment is number 46, which is the car that Simon Hans shares with Joe Roach. We didn't get the starting driver for that one, so they have taken up a lead in the RX-8 category under safety
Simon
car.
Hans of the well-named Light Work Racing, which was him and his dad and his uncle. So many hands make light work.
I see. I knew what was coming there.
But that's exactly why it's called Light Work Racing.
Is it?
Yeah.
So Simon used to race a Lotus with us.
That's right.
They were
Lotus people.
So safety car still circulating. Can't even see So bad is the visibility. What the first car is behind the safety car. It's red, is all I can tell you. It's a Puma. It's a Puma, by the look of things. So, is that John Bolt, then? That's the car behind the safety car. I think it might be, you know.
My clock at the moment seems to show that the Severs Beetle has done 9 laps, and those behind it have done 10. So, is it just because the stagger is unwinding, or what?
I think you might need a refresh of your screen, possibly.
See if we can make that work. Told you I was a Luddite.
Yeah, so I think we've got, I've got 9 cars over the start-finish line on the same number of laps
Just
now.
been given another lap, that's fine. Still there.
So it looks as though that cloud burst has left us. I mean, it's still raining a lot, but the monsoon levels seem to have disappeared for the moment.
Spare a thought for our marshals and also those on the pit wall who are not blessed with the best conditions.
Yeah, well, the few spectators that, I say not spectators, the few team members that were stood on the banking have disappeared, apart from 2 very hardy souls directly in front of me, behind their Rutpen umbrellas that are sheltered, 2 large golfing umbrellas, so they'll be dry at the top.
Rutpen umbrellas, they must be with Dan Ludlow and Stuart Emmett then, because they're the Ludlow Engineering Rutpen Limited Honda Civic Type R.
I think that from knees up, they look as though they'll be dry, but even with 2 umbrellas, you can't cover 2 people fully, so soggy ankles and feet, I think, is the order of the day for them. But yeah, our marshals, as ever, doing a fantastic job out there in all weathers. So what's happening? Right, into the pit lane now comes car number 701, which is the Stuart Emmett Dan Ludlow Honda Civic, looking absolutely immaculate as it threads its way down the pit lane. Wondering how many cars we've still got circulating, have gone into the pits and perhaps haven't come out, Marcus, because there must have been a few that have just decided in these conditions. Yeah, there are several of them. So from we started with 42 cars.
Are those stopped in the pit lane literally stopped, or are they on a cushion of water and sort of floating
they are
delicately towards the paddock?
Drifting slowly with the tide. I think they've all gone into the paddock area, because I can only see the Honda Civic of Stuart Emmett and Dan Ludlow in the pit lane. Where's that going? It is going back out onto track, and also the Nissan of Kevin Bird / Chab is in the pit lane. Right, into the pit lane now comes the last pit stopper. It says pit window closed, but into the pit lane comes number 175, John Bolt. So this will be for the mandatory part of his pit stop, because he hadn't carried it out as yet. But now the conditions are improving slightly. We might be good to go green in a lap or so.
That's relative.
It is a relative term. I'm well aware that it's a relative term. They are substantially better than they were 5 minutes ago, but it's still absolutely pelting it down with rain. So you've got the safety car.
Yep.
At least when the cars go by now, you can see a tyre track for a few seconds before it disappears again underwater.
That's right.
Yeah.
And on some of them I can see numbers, which is quite good, because I couldn't before.
And if I look towards Goodwood at the very far end of the circuit, I can see that again now. So the cloud level has lifted. So
it's not bad going, because Goodwood, from whence the BARC that runs the circuit here, moved after the final Goodwood meeting in 1966, is about 50 miles away.
Yeah,
so it must have very good.
That's not bad viz, is it?
Now. Yeah.
It's like this for the rest of the day.
So 11 and a half minutes to go. The clock's still ticking away, still under safety car, still with lots of standing water, and no sign as yet that we might be able to get racing back underway just as yet. Now, the rain started to fall almost at the beginning of this race lightly, Marcus, by 5 minutes in, 8 minutes in? It was bucketing it down, wasn't it?
Yes.
So they've not had much track time, really, competitive track time, have they, unfortunately?
Pretty disappointing, but they still continue. I can actually identify some cars now as they come around the kink before the complex, so that's an improvement. 91 Porsches really well turned out as well. A lot of supercars. That's Stephen Archer's Boxster S. has almost the colours of one of the old IMSA Porsches from 1970s.
Well, we're under safety car, but 2 cars have gained places. Right, yes, that's because the Nissan was in the pit lane. I was trying to work out how we'd had a shuffle in the order under safety car. So, as a result of that Nissan having come into the pit lane, then that means number 163, Alex Tate, is now up to 2nd overall in the race. And Andy Thompson, the number 43, Seat Leon, now comes up to 3rd overall in the race.
In fact, the Tate car, number 163, is, 5 cars behind the Severs Beetle in the queue. So there's a Mini, a Puma, something else that's too far away to identify, Lotus Elise, and then Tate. So not that much difference between the 2 of them on the track. The Almera is still going, and well at that. Maybe it's something to do with the paints that are used these days, or the wrapping technology. But the liveries on some of these cars are really imaginative and look really strong on a fairly dreich, as they say in Scotland, day like this.
I suppose the thing is now with all of the modern technology is that you can overlay it visually, can't you, to see how it looks, look at it from every single angle, change all the lighting effects to see what it looks like under different lights before you ever...
And then not press the button to print it until you're ready.
Absolutely, yeah. I've seen
it's all that graphics and all the way these things come together now.
So I don't think the Nissan of Kevin Bird and Charles Andrews Bird went back out. I think they called it a day, I'm afraid, which means that sort of adds to the list. We had, 41-ish cars.
8 minutes and 20 seconds still to go.
We're now down to 31, so we've 42 cars started. We're down to 31 still circulating at this stage. So a quarter of the field still keen to get things back underway, but understandably the officials need to be entirely satisfied that the conditions are safe enough to go back to, well, it will never be full speed racing, but back to competitive racing again. And we've now had the best part of 20 minutes behind the safety car.
I was intrigued to see the 139 car earlier in the race, which was Alan Tice, wasn't it? Who we know of old from racing Marcoses
and
things like the long distance championships in Europe, Spa 6 Hours, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, Appendix K stuff, and was a long time competitor in the Cox and Buckles TR Register, wasn't he, a good number of years ago?
He was a long time ago. Quite a local racer from somewhere in Dorset.
So Andre Severs leads the race, car number 68. Alex Tate, number 163, is 2nd. Number 43, Andy Thompson's Leon, is 3rd. From Alan Thompson's BMW, number 56, that's 4th. Stuart Dayburn's TVR Tuscan is 5th. Ginetta G20 of Steve Griffiths, number 19, is 6th. Charles Newton Darby's Mini is 7th. It's another Mini that's there in 8th place. Car number 166 sitting there in what will be 8th position. And that is Richard Clark's car. Felix Archer's Porsche number 91 is 9th, and completing the top 10 currently is going to be Andrew Presswell that's there. We've still got a few batches of cars, haven't we? There's not sort of one big train behind the safety car, so they've all sort of sat down, and I'm not quite sure how. A mixture of pit stops, but we've not sort of fully formed a queue yet, have we, behind the safety car?
I thought that was a British pastime.
So 6 minutes to go. Are we going to see any more racing? Weather looks as though, if anything, it had brightened up, but if I look towards the part that it's blowing in from, it looks to be greying up again. So
the track's better than it was, that's for sure, in terms of water down, but it's still not really great.
Where is the safety car's at Church? I was trying to look for where the safety car was. It sort of reappears from behind the tree at
I should think a Mazda RX-8 is quite interesting. Doesn't have much torque, but when you get that rotary motor really spinning, they make a good grunt. That's for sure.
It's a good little introduction a season or so ago, wasn't it? The,
Yes.
the RX-8 trophy. You know, affordable cars.
So you can
yes,
buy them for 7 and 6, which helps, and you can. There's not much to do to them to make them into this comp spec. It's pretty tightly organised. I did the 24-hour race, the wheel hire in one a bunch of years ago with Mike Wilde's Ian Flux and others.
So, sorry, safety car is coming in. Right, so safety car
good.
is in. So, Alan Thompson, who is in 4th position, was the lead car in the queue, or will be the lead car in the queue by the time they get up towards Allard Corner. But Andre Severs leads the race overall, but it's a bit of a trip into the unknown, isn't it? We've been behind safety car for so long, and you've not been at full race speed, and now you do get to full race speed. You need to fully understand the depth of the standing water and where the grip is or largely isn't.
Yes, you probably haven't been probing that for the last 15 minutes. We have 4 1/4 minutes to go of the allocated time. Maybe that decision to start early this afternoon was a sensible one, given we've got a big programme to get through.
Yeah, so at least, I mean, the one good thing was that the safety car came out before we had cars really heading off the circuit and causing damage to themselves and barriers and things like that. So at least it was drivers' decisions largely to come into the pit lane and remove themselves from the possibility of firing the car off in what were pretty grim conditions. But yeah, now substantially better than they were even 10, 15 minutes ago. But it has really sort of just eroded what otherwise was looking like it might be building up into a good race. The race-leading Volkswagen Beetle that was driven so beautifully well in the hands of Jake Severs in the first part of the race, now in the hands of Andre Severs, looks just as planted now as it did before the safety car came out. There's just no...
Just seems to be overtaking up the hill, which is quite interesting.
into the complex.
Up Woodham Hill.
Yeah.
Up Woodham Hill, up towards you, yeah.
It just seems as though that there's no lateral movement in that car under acceleration. It just squats and goes.
Yes.
Is it all-wheel drive?
Well, who knows? It sits very flat on the track. There's no kind of diving or rise and fall in the suspension. It just sits there and it's making the rest of them look pretty daft, to be honest.
And a very nice barbel as well as it goes past your position there. Fantastic noise from the VR6 engine.
Sounds like it should be going fishing.
Fishing, yes. Fantastic noise it's made.
The very nice Honda, Ludlow and Emmett is closing down Alex Tate now and is within about 50 metres, I would say.
Right, lap between them now, I'm afraid, because it had 2 pit stops, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's down in 18th position, the Honda. So Alex Tate is... The next car in turbo tin tops is going to be about 15 seconds behind Alex Tate. That will be the Mini of Charlie Newton Derby, the number 12 car. So... the gap first to second is 7 seconds at this stage. Now, Andy Thompson at the wheel of the Seat Leon. Keep an eye on his times just to see what he's doing. The quickest car that we've got out there at the moment is going to be Charlie Newton Derby, who has just posted his best lap of the race so far, 1 minute 51.510. The first time that we go green again after the safety car has been in. So here over the start-finish line goes Andre Severs, still leading the race, having taken over from son Jake. Lap time that he popped in that time through was a 1 minute 49, so they're now only lapping about 10 seconds shy of what they were doing in the damp conditions at the beginning of the race. Andy Thompson, though, is 2 seconds quicker than him nearly, so the gap's down to 5.5, so it's beginning to brew. Only a minute to go, though, so Andy Thompson's going to have to push very hard on what was probably going to be the final lap.
Yep, and there goes the leading VW Beetle past us. It's got that VR6 engine in it, hasn't it?
Yeah.
That's why it makes that glorious engine note.
Yeah, it's always been a lovely sounding engine, regardless of what they dropped it into, the Corrado or the Vento Challenge that we had, of course, in the UK ran the same engine. So Andre Severs will be down. Andre Severs will be down at the bottom part of the circuit at the moment. Andy Thompson trying to haul him in over the course of what is now just 30 seconds remaining of the scheduled time. But I don't think there's going to be sufficient time for Andy Thompson to reel him in now. So there goes the Volkswagen round through Church now. You can see the silver and white Seat Leon way too far back, the best part of probably 400 metres back, and already they're heading up Woodham Hill with 10 seconds remaining on the clock, so the checkered flag should be readied for them. A race which really we were eluded. The weather just prevented it happening in reality, but sensible thing to get the safety car out there in what were pretty terrible conditions, and with such a tight programme there wasn't probably time to stop the race to allow it then to rerun later on. If we'd have stopped it, we'd have run out of time to rerun it later on. Almost tripping over a back marker through the final corner as the Mini slowed head into the pit lane, but it's going to be a win in these terrible conditions for the number 68 Volkswagen Beetle RSI of Jake Severs, who started, Andre Severs, who took over. Andy Thompson finishes in second position from 13th on the grid, and third should be the car, well, it might not be, because Alex Tate really has been reeled in by Charlie Newton Darby over the course of this last lap, and Alex Tate, I think, is just about going to hang on to the top win in Turbo Tin Tops. Alan Thompson comes through and grabs third place on the final lap. Alex Tate goes through and is fourth, but only 3/4 of a second up the road from Charlie Newton Darby's car. So that was the fight for the Motorsport School Turbo Tin Tops there that really closed up in the closing stages, and Charlie Newton Darby was 5 seconds quicker on that final lap than Alex Tate, who, nearly got caught napping. Stuart Dayburn at the wheel of the TVR Tuscan was in 6th place. Steve Griffiths in the Ginetta is 7th. 8th place should go the way of car number 11 that should be coming towards me very shortly and over the start-finish line. That will be Andrew Presswell, who should finish in 11th place. Just waiting to see if he is indeed going to be there.
Felix Archer wasn't far behind him.
Yeah, Felix Archer has got him, I think. No, there he is. No, so there goes Presswell over the start-finish line now at the wheel of the Astra. Then it's Felix Archer who will finish in 9th place. And the number 5 car should complete the top 10. And that will be the leading Mazda home, won't it? The car that was started by John Walker. Christian Walker took over for part 2 of the race. So it's sort of a race, but a disappointing race.
Yeah, exactly. So everyone seems to be home safely, those who decided to stay out, which is important. And there were some fantastic performances out there just to keep the cars pointing in the right direction. But great win by the Severs family, which was a victory that I would have thought from where they started on row 6 was not one they prepared a victory speech for.
I absolutely agree with you. No, that's not something that you would think that you'd be heading towards the top of the podium after that one. But
isn't it ironic that as soon as the race has stopped, we now have the cloud base lifting, we now have dryish lines appearing at some parts of the circuit, and we could kind of start the whole thing again and have a very different outcome probably. So the Severs family is going to be grateful for taking that one. Well deserved.
So cars heading down into the pit lane. We've got to the top 10 in 11th position, just to give you that one. 11th place is let me just shuffle some more paperwork again now. In 11th position, it was the next of the Mazda's home in 11th place, which is going to be the car that Simon Hans shared with Joe Roach. 12th place was car number 166, but it did dive into the pit lane on the very final lap.
The 5 car, the John and Christian Walker car, has a novice plate on the back, I noticed, which is more meritorious still.
Yeah, very much so. Richard Clark was the next of those home in 12th place. 13th place was James Brodie and Piers Maserati, number 46. 14th place was 8, which was Bill and Alex Gray. 15th place was number 97, came home and finished in 15th position, Clive Seegers and Andrew Grimm. Then it was Dan Ludlow and Stuart Emmett's Honda, car number 701, in 16th place. 17th place went the way of the number 26 car that I think we saw come into the pit lane on a couple of occasions, Roger Hamilton's Ginetta. In 18th place was Doug Simon and Roland Jones. 19th place was car number 154. So that's the first Puma home.
Clark went into the pits on the last lap, didn't he? So he got overtaken by Hans and Roach.
Yes, he did. He dived into the pit lane. That was the car that that our race leader nearly tripped over as he peeled his way into the pit lane. The leading Puma home was the car of Ian Scruton, car number 154, and the second Puma home finished in 20th position, which was the light green car of Mark Jackson. So that gives you the order of the top 20. I'm going to shuffle some more paperwork, got some more printing to do, and then we can guide you through the grid for the next of the races that is coming up. One thing we can guarantee is that the first race for the Slick Series won't be on slicks, Marcus.
Yeah, we thought that maybe this morning would be the case. Steve Jones, the photographer, was joking about it, so there we go.
Go for the big boys.
They were better in that section, so I did have some look until I took people, and I shoved them to one side, and then took them back in. Well, I told them to go, and then I noticed someone had stuck back in, and I was like, go.
Yeah. So don't get stressed, love. Everything gets the ring in. Yeah, I know how you think. I had that last week.
Just look at him, you can't help laugh.
What are you trying to say?
Yeah,
I know.
One of our drivers yesterday was telling a passenger what he passed on. 3 times.
Right then, on the seat, 2 laps to grid.
I'm going to go to post 22.
Yeah, I'm happy with
I'd like to come out.
So if he does sit down the grade, you've got to go in the half. Yeah. I'll go at the back of the group. One. Take that. Just got the river radar up. When it came down very heavy, red, yellow, pole. That's possible. You can get the possible.
I'm surprised that didn't go for a second stop.
Yeah. Even though they just suspended it for.
Yeah.
It kept 20 minutes. Right, well.
Are you okay?
Yeah,
Do you want a sweetie? Cheer you up.
Yeah. Dummy wood. Oh, you're going out. I'll get it. It's not mandatory. You don't have to. No, you drink. I bought one of those.
Is she happy enough? No, the cover up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm worried about it. I think it's just the pressure being covered off.
No,
I work in a covered.
No, we've bags worse.
Yeah, everything was good next to then pressure.
And that rain just triggered it.
Yeah.
The thing, the fact she actually got soaked from coming down there to down here.
Yeah, no, she's gonna go and get changed and get.
I told her to go.
Yeah. Yeah, true. No, we don't want annoying squishy fluff. Wasn't declared as there only is there's one car missing with 100 missing, which is the third place.
I've just been told to do something else.
I didn't quite where Mark, but Mark wasn't back.
I mean,
100's just pulled into the assembly area. All cars are now present.
they're right on it.
Yeah, should be.
Alright, if I have to.
Yeah, when she comes back, Phil, I'll keep an eye on that.
So the Slick Series competitors, albeit on their wet tyres, are about to head out onto circuit. This is a new series introduced for 2020 by the Classic Sports Car Club, and it's such a shame that they don't get to utilise their slicks in this first race. They did for qualifying. It was cloudy but dry for qualifying. Well, the standing water has dispersed at some parts of the circuit. There's still larger puddles at other, but it's wet everywhere, so no choice but to head out with treaded tyres on. And the way that they will line up with starting drivers is that car number 99 in the hands of Jake Hill, the Volkswagen Golf TCR spec car that he shares with Jamie Sturgis, but because Jamie's just finished in that race, then Jake is on board for the first part of this 40-minute race, which will have a mandatory pit stop again. Pit window opens between the 10th and the 25th minute of the race. So front-wheel drive car on pole position, number 99. Alongside is the rear-wheel drive, number 34, Ginetta, the G55 in the hands of Ollie Brown, the Team Hard Scholarship winner for this year. 99 and 34, row number 1. Row 2 of the grid is 8, Darren Fielding's BMW E46 M3, alongside 12, which is the Noble M12 of Kevin Jones, 8 and 12, row number 2. The third row of the grid, slight question mark beside it because it brought out a red flag earlier on, albeit it had very limited damage, but unless Amspeed have been able to fix it very quickly, there might be a gap where number 174 Dominic Malone should have lined up. We'll wait and see. But alongside him should be car number 69, the Porsche 911 of Dan Wiley, 174 and 69 scheduled to be on the third row of the grid. Row 4 of the grid, 62, Matthew Evans with the BMW 1M Coupe, alongside 1 to 8, Brad Sheehan. Brad Sheehan was enjoying it in the damp conditions, the slight drizzly conditions in his race earlier on. Now it's fully wet. We'll see how sideways he gets coming out of the club chicane. 62 and 1 to 8 on row number 4. The fifth row of the grid, 23, Nigel Mustel at the wheel of the Nissan GTR Nismo, alongside 77, the BMW E46 M3 CSL in the hands of Kevin Clark, 23 and 77 on row number 5, with row 6 being 93. 2 formation laps for them now because they've not experienced the wet circuit just as yet. The next row of the grid is 93. Colin Wells will start behind the wheel of the BMW 1 Series, and alongside is 72, the Corvette C5, all 7 litres of it to tame around the circuit. That could be interesting for Michael Coker, 93 and 72. The 7th row of the grid is 49. Robert Taylor will jump on board for part 1 of the race, and alongside is car number 100, which is John Cockerton, 49 and 100. And the final row of the grid, another Corvette C5, but giving away what's the best part of 1.3 litres to the 7-litre example of Michael Coker. It's car number 223, Chris Tilley, with just 5.7 litres under the bonnet of his to tame. So big, powerful cars, a wet circuit, and interesting times ahead, I suspect, for some of them.
Yeah, I would say so. And there'll be some that are really well equipped for this. And this one should go really, really well. But they have four-wheel drive in those. And what else in the field might, I wonder?
I'd have thought maybe the Ginetta might go well in the hands of Ollie Brown. It's a pretty compliant car generally. And Ollie, despite the fact he's got a relative lack of experience, say not having raced for 20 years since his karting days, albeit he's been an instructor at Bedford Aerodrome for a good number of years, but winning the Team Hard Scholarship is no easy task, particularly when he didn't even apply for it. It was his mate that applied for him. He didn't know, and then wins a full season of racing. So and showed his pace just 2 weeks ago in the GT Cup Championship race at Snetterton.
Kevin Jones is Noble fixed since its altercation with the rector-cell barriers at Castle Combe a couple of weeks ago. Ended its race in there, having grabbed its place, and I think finished second or third from memory, but was in the barrier, hooked out.
I'm just looking. Dominic Malone is on the grass heading up Woodham Hill, as though...
Maybe he's got a tyre down or something.
Yeah,
like that.
something isn't right with the BMW, so I don't think he's even going to see the start of the race.
Remember, it was damaged in the earlier race.
It was, yeah.
Maybe something has finally let go.
Yeah, so he's nearly up the top of Woodham Hill and almost... All right, okay, he's now coming back off the grass, is he? So the car's moving forwards, back away from the grass onto the tarmac. Now...
Shaking the gravel out of it, maybe from an earlier...
Makes me wonder whether maybe...
excursion on the on this lap, maybe.
I didn't see what caused him to go on the grass. I'm not suggesting there was a cause, that maybe he just felt something with the car pulled over. Now, is he going to go into the pit lane? Because that would suggest that all is not well. If he doesn't go into the pit lane... No, he is. No, he's heading into the pit lane, so all is not well. Lots of white gaffer tape on the black BMW. So he heads down the pit lane, and we've now just got the last few cars heading round through the club chicane before we get the grid fully formed up. So looks as though Dominic Malone's car is not going to take the start. Whether it joins a bit later on, we shall wait and see.
I was speaking to Michael Coker in the paddock about that Martini liveried Corvette's one that Benson and Robert Bryan used to run over here sometimes. Nexim's type chassis made by Riggins Racing in the States. Tommy Riggins, who's a champion racer over there. And Nigel Greenswall had driven it in some V2V races.
Wow.
With them a few years back, I think 15 or something like that. But only new to him. He's done 3 track days in it. And he started in the Uniroyal Cup, did some hill climbs as well years back. And the plan is for his daughter to graduate through a quick Subaru she's got and share it with him.
Oh, we'll look forward to that. Red light's about to come on. 5-second board gets held aloft now, and we'll see who really gets less wheel spin, the least wheel spin off the start-finish line, because that might be the leader by the time they get to Allard Corner. Oh, Matthew Evans was very quickly away. I'm not sure whether he was a bit too keen to get his foot down there, but it is going to be Jake Hill that leads at the wheel of the Golf through Allard for the first time. Matthew Evans is in second on the road from 7th on the grid, but I'm not sure whether his start was a bit too good.
Yeah, so it's Hill from Evans, but Evans was never taken down the inside by the Ginetta. Can the Ginetta stop? 34, he can. Gets it through. 69, the Porsche's 4th. Then it's Wells, then it's 77. Then it's the fielding BMW. Noble of Jones through there as well. Down towards the back, the 2 Corvettes being very ginger at this stage.
I'm not surprised, not least of which with 7 litres under your right foot, Michael Coker. I think I would be more than treading a bit gingerly in these tricky conditions. But what a great start from Jake Hill, just managing to counter the wheel spin off the front-wheel drive cars when you'd expect the rear-wheel drive cars to maybe gobble him up. But he leads the pack as they head round through Church for the first time. It's going to be the Ginetta of Ollie Brown that's there in second position. Then the ball of spray obscures my view.
Got that into Campbell.
Obscures my view of what's going on behind. It's Matthew Evans at the wheel of the fast starting, is all I'll say, BMW that's there in third position at this stage. And who's going to be in fourth? It's Daniel Wiley's Porsche, but the top 3 have sprinted away. Then there's quite a gap before we get the next 3, which you say is going to be Daniel Wiley, then Kevin Clark, and then it will be the next of the cars, which is Colin Wells, who's come up through the field very well indeed, from 11th on the grid up into 6th position.
Yeah, he was mid-grid when he got here, so like Evans, he got the power down really well. So here comes the lead car, which is the Jake Hill car, put on pole very comprehensively. The Ram Air Golf looking terrific, upper gear, just instantaneous paddle gear change. The Ollie Brown Ginetta hops over the curb. 77 now engaging, that's Clark engaging Wiley in a bit of a contest, which is cool. The Noble and the 23 Mustill Nissan running together. And the Space Frame Chevrolet charging down on John Cockerton with the orange Porsche. In a kind of Jägermeister colours, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Porsche.
Yeah, I thought that. Yeah, it's very much Jägermeister-esque, isn't it? Race leader already splashing his way around through Brooklands and heading up Woodham Hill in towards the braking area for the club chicane. It's still Jake Hill that leads the race at the wheel of the Golf. The Ginetta is second, the BMW, that being the grey car of Matthew Evans, still sitting there in third place. There were 3 cars fighting over what was 4th, 5th and 6th, but we've lost sort of Colin Wales from that little battle. It's now just Dan Wiley's Porsche and then the man who first cut his teeth on the short ovals, really, Kevin Clark, at the wheel of the Black and Dayglow BMW. Colin Wells is falling away and dropping into the clutches of Brad Sheehan's 3 Series as they head back into your sight.
That was fantastic. Hill gave the Golf a real bootful coming out here, then flicked it down 3 gears, bang, 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 just like that, and just turned in so neatly. He's got so much grip, the car. Out front, BMW battle mid-pack, that's Wells in the 93, and then the 128 behind, which is Sheehan. 2 very different looking BMWs. And it's 12, which is the Noble, which still has at a distance behind it 23, the Nissan of Nigel Mustill. Used to have a Riley Daytona prototype.
It did, yeah. Yeah, it was a gorgeous DP car, wasn't it? And already the race leader is heading back into my sight. Last time through, the gap was up to 3.2 seconds. It had grown by another, 3/4 of a second between Jake Hill and Ollie Brown. Another 6 minutes before the pit window opens. Matthew Evans very late on the brakes at the wheel of the BMW 1 Series. Huge amounts of confidence as he really could see the nose of that car dip, and I thought he might have outbraked himself, but I think he then makes a bit of a mistake, probably carries a bit too much speed in towards the club chicane, which gains him on the way in, but he loses it all again on the way out. So order still remains the same as they head back to you for the 4th time.
Yeah. Yeah, it's great. Rifle shot gear changes from the 99. Jake Hill has made his name not only in touring cars but in historic racing over the last 2 or 3 seasons. Won a really great race at the Silverstone Classic a couple of years back, and is a very talented young man. He's often struggled for budgets, but he's a bit more on the way now.
Fielding taking a very interesting line coming into the club chicane, turning in really late, trying to seek out any traction at all on the less polished surface on the outside of the club chicane. He's circulating down in 11th place at the moment, having qualified in 3rd position. So his BMW really struggling in these conditions. Not going to be that much longer before we're amongst the traffic as well. Already, by the look of things, Chris Tilley's Corvette has been placed a lap down by the charging Jake Hill. He's going to come up to the Porsche 993 of John Cockerton before not too much longer. And just ahead of John Cockerton is the 7-litre Chevy, which is Michael Coker's car. So they're the next 2 cars going to be gobbled up by Jake Hill, who heads over the start-finish line. A little bit slower on that lap than he was on the previous lap, because on the previous lap he set his fastest lap of the race, 1:24.504. But this time, as he heads over the start-finish line, Ollie Brown in 2nd place at the wheel of the Ginetta is 8 seconds adrift.
Yeah, that's about 7 seconds off his practice pace, which is still mighty impressive given that it's very wet, certainly offline, and in some places online. Evans' BMW looking strong, sounding really good. It's the Porsche. Oh, there's it's ducking past the maroon Corvette, number 77 BMW in 5th place, Kevin Clark.
We've got our first pit visitor, but 3.5 minutes before the window opens, and I'm afraid to say it's car number 128. Brad Sheehan brings the E46 into the pit lane. Clearly all is not well with that car, or he's not liking the conditions that are posed at the moment. Race leader now is amongst the traffic and already has thread his way past those couple of cars that I was talking about he would meet at the beginning of the lap. Well, he's now, they're only coming out of church, and already he's up to the braking area for the club chicane, so he's lapped them and pulled out the best part of probably about 800 metres between himself and the cars that have gone through.
Jones in 12th, the Noble now has breathing down his neck, 23, Mustill in the big Nissan.
Yeah, he did, yeah, they were pretty close together. Race leaders on to now lap number 6, heading towards you.
The spoiler on the fielding big BMW, the patio, is scraping on the ground.
If that had been half an hour ago, that would have been a bow wave, wouldn't there?
Very much so.
So here's is that battle you were talking about? The Noble fighting away with Nigel Mustel's Nissan Nismo GTR, and is Nigel going to get through? No, not quite. Nose to tail through the club chicane, but it's still just the Noble M12 that hangs onto it from the GT3 car that sits behind.
I reckon that cloud that's brewing behind you looks relatively ominous, Mark.
I was looking at that sort of 10 minutes ago, thinking it's on its way again. Yeah, so the rain's starting to fall again now, I'm afraid. And you can see it's only going to get worse. Right, so Seat Leon is about to be lapped by Volkswagen Golf. A flash of the lights from Jake Hill, but he gets bottled up behind the number 49 Seat, largely because he met Robert Taylor in the wrong place more than anything. Robert can't sort of disappear, so now he has to wait until he exits the club chicane to go through and put a lap on that car. At the same time, Ollie Brown in the Ginetta is lapping Darren Fielding. Now, that's staggering, isn't it? Darren Fielding, who qualified third, has already been lapped and just hasn't got any pace at all, has he?
No, he's really struggling, but I think he's got a problem with the ride height on the car. It just looks so low. That spoiler is scraping. You'll hear that from the cockpit. It's flapping all along the ground under braking, and Matty Evans is going to go past and put a lap on him in a second in the smaller BMW 1. Nicely turned out. All these cars, very, very smart.
Look, Matty Evans is a new build over the winter, isn't it? It really does look absolutely beautiful. When he arrived at the circuit, you were here yesterday, it was just all grey, wasn't it? They've liveried it up overnight.
That's what they do, isn't it? That's kind of their business. So
yeah, so last sort of minute tweaks to it.
The Space Frame Chevy arrived from Cheshire this morning. They set off very, very early.
Well, I'll drive down from Cheshire to then have to tolerate these still pretty grim conditions. As for the cloud, it seems to have moved over a little bit more now. That the really dark part of it seems to have sort of moved over to slightly more northerly of the circuit. But the rain's still falling. 7 laps now completed by the race leader. Pit window is now open, by the way, so drivers can come in and conduct their mandatory pit stops. Remember, because of the restrictions and the ability to sanitise cockpits if needs be, it's a longer pit stop than they would usually have. It's 2 minutes loop into loop out, and the first taker is up, and it's the car from third position. So the grey 1 Series BMW of Matthew Evans heads into the pit lane. Darren Fielding also at the wheel of his BMW. The number 8 car heads into the pit lane this time through.
Yes, that's a lap down, as you said, yeah.
Now, Nigel Mustel, has he got the run on the Noble this time? Yes, he has. He's got the inside line into the club chicane, and it's been brewing for a lap or two, but Nigel Mustel is now through and up into 7th position, which should become 7th position, which should become 6th with the 2 pit stoppers. So over the start-finish line he goes. Nigel Mustel goes through and over the start-finish line, and is now ahead of the Noble. It's taken him a few laps, but he's finally unlocked the door, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's once through, he should be able to stay away. But having said that, sometimes it's a lot easier to chase than be chased down. Corvette's come a bit deep that time. In fact, you might find more grip around the outside. Michael Coker here. Comes the lead Golf then, 99. Slightly reduced pace. Wouldn't surprise me if Jake Hill came in at the end of this lap. He looks to have just relaxed a little bit.
There's still 28 minutes of the race to go, so not quite at the halfway point, but at the end of the day, Jamie Sturgis is paying the bills. Jake's the hired hand for the weekend. We have got another taker for the pit stops this time. It's the Seat that comes in. Robert Taylor starting the Seat, number 49 car. Over the start-finish line goes Colin Wells. So he sits there in 5th position. That's starting to brew for a little squabble now. Colin Wells has managed to get ahead of Matthew Evans' car because he was in the pit lane, but Colin Wells is pushing on at the moment, I would say. Certainly body language of the car suggests he's pushing. He's got the lapped car of Brad Sheehan behind him, because Brad did come into the pits before the window opened, didn't he?
128 carrying some speed into here, and that's Sheehan. Behind Sheehan is Matthew Evans on the track. Sheehan a lap behind the leaders, as is Evans, of course, having made his stop. Leaders haven't yet.
So the order of the top 10 at the moment: number 99, Jake Hill, leads the race. 34, Ollie Brown is second, but 10 seconds adrift. Third place is going to be Daniel Wiley's number 69 Porsche. Fourth place is 77, the black and orange BMW of Kevin Clark. Fifth place is 93, Colin Wells. Sixth is 23, Nigel Mustel. Seventh is number 12, which is the Noble in the hands of Kevin Jones. And then it is number 62, Matthew Evans, who has stopped at this stage. Number 49, the Seat, in the pit lane still, or about to vacate the pit lane. That is the next of the cars in ninth place.
Ollie Brown, 0.8 of a second quicker than race leader Jake Hill that last time through.
And completing the top 10 is Brad Sheehan. Another pit stopper in, and this time it's Kevin Clark that comes in. So the number 77 BMW, Marcus, is in the pit lane.
From 4th place.
Yeah. And we've also now got Kevin Jones coming in at the wheel of the Noble. So from 7th position into the pit lane comes the Noble. Are we going to see Jake Hill come in at the end of this lap? No is the answer. The Ram Air Volkswagen Golf still pressing on. Has eased his pace a little bit, largely because the conditions have deteriorated again to a degree, but he's just, I think, driving within himself. The gap, first to second, did come down, as you suggested last time through. And this time through, what can Ollie Brown do? The answer is no. The gap goes back out by a second.
Jones has pitted, hasn't he? So,
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Noble has pitted. Haven't as yet seen either of the Corvettes come in. Still splashing his way around is Michael Coker. But we do now get, from 3rd position, the Porsche come in. So Daniel Wiley heads to the pit lane this time through at the wheel of his 911. So it comes to a halt. There's no driver changes have taken place in the pit stops other than the Seat Leon, the number 49 car, where Robert Taylor gave way to Mark Jones. The other shared cars, there's only 2 other shared cars circulating. None of them have headed into the pits just as yet. Right, so Brad Sheehan is back in. Now, this is for the second time. The first time the number 128 BMW came in was before the window opened. This is for the mandatory part of the pit stop. Also, the same lap car number 223, Chris Tilley, who's running at the tail end of the field, comes in. I think Darren Fielding, having struggled with the car in the early stages, came into the pit lane, but I don't think I've seen him reappear as yet, Marcus, so I think that's probably a retiree.
Yes, he was struggling anyway, so it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah. So gap first to second came out on the previous lap. It's come down by 2.2 seconds that time around, so Jake Hill, a slower lap from him, 1 minute 30.0. Ollie Brown continually lapping at the kind of pace that he has been doing, 1 minute 27.8. So it's back down to 8.9 seconds first to second.
And there are points on the circuit now where Ollie Brown, in the 34 car, should he be peering ahead of him into the spray, may just see that lead VW, and at that point might take encouragement from it. It's getting larger.
I would have thought so, because he will know that of the two, no disrespect to Jamie Sturgis, who is a quick driver in his own right, but he's not as quick as Jake Hill, so there's still a glimmer of hope for Ollie Brown, isn't there?
Again, very few people here today are, so he's a very talented young man, as we've said, and let's just see as they go around the back of the circuit. They're down towards Church now, aren't they? Yeah.
They are just coming down towards Church. Michael Coker is in the pit lane. John Cockerton's Porsche is in the pit lane. So, yeah, down towards Church Corner. Already in towards the braking area for the club chicane comes Jake Hill, our race leader. Nigel Mustel is coming in at the wheel of the Nissan GTR on this occasion. And I think, are we going to see Jake Hill in? Yes, we are. So into the pit lane comes Jake Hill. So this is to hand the car over, the race-leading car, to Jamie Sturgis. Ollie Brown, therefore, is going to continue round. And now the number 34 Ginetta, the G55, in the hands of the Team Hard Scholarship winner for this year, picks up the lead of the race. Now he needs to push as hard as he can, doesn't he, Marcus, and see whether he might be able to sort of... He won't overcome it in the pit stops, really, because everybody has got 2 minutes pit in to pit out, but puts him in a reasonably strong position to push in part 2 of the race, see if he can close the gap to Sturgis when he gets on board.
It's interesting, the apex of Campbell is much wetter than around the outside, but very few of the competitors are actually using that outside line at the moment because they're trying not to compromise their run through Cobb.
Yeah.
But I thought they'd actually got a little bit more speed, a little bit more grip there. They might be able to make up for it by taking the sort of slightly unconventional but nonetheless useful wet line.
So Matthew Evans, now having been one of the first of the pit stoppers, is now starting to pick the places back up again. The number 62 BMW was running in 3rd place before he pitted. He's now up into 5th position. Into the pit lane comes the 93 car of Colin Wells. So that will see him hand the car over to Matthew Fielding for part 2 of the race. That should also promote Matthew Evans up a further 2 places at the end of this lap, because Nigel Mustel is still going through his pit stop at the wheel of his Nissan, and we've also then got the car of, as I say, Colin Wells in to hand over to Matthew Fielding. We've still got Jamie Sturgis waiting to be ushered back out of the pits as Ollie Brown comes in to relinquish the lead of the race. So the lead Ginetta, having taken over that lead from the Volkswagen Golf on the lap prior, then positions are reversed again, or will be very shortly, because the Golf leads the pit lane just as the Ginetta comes to a halt. So you lose roughly a lap in reality, don't you, by the time you've decelerated to get into the pit lane, followed the pit lane speed limit, done the pit stop and then head back out. You've got to be in the pit lane for 120 seconds, so it's roughly, in these conditions, with all of that added together, about a lap there or thereabouts, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. Jamie Sturgis then already a winner here today in his Seat, now in the newer stock Golf. He's just establishing where the grip is at the moment. You've got Mustel up ahead of him to chase in the big Nissan. Matthew Evans coming inside Kevin Jones. So the Liqui-Moly BMW past the Noble. But they are a lap apart.
So Ollie Brown still stationary in the pit lane. Where is Jamie Sturgis? He will be down at the bottom part of the
Sturgis, I think, is now on the apex of Church. I can see the Mustel.
Yeah.
And Nissan with rooster tails out behind Venturi coming up.
It looks fantastic, doesn't it?
Does.
Yeah. So where Ollie Brown still stationed in the pit lane, clock ticking down, the Volkswagen Golf heading up in towards the club chicane. Ollie Brown still as yet hasn't got the wheels turning on the Ginetta. In towards the first part of the club chicane comes Jamie Sturgis. Through the second part comes Sturgis. Through the final part goes Sturgis. And now Ollie Brown gets going in the pit lane, but it is going to put the Volkswagen Golf back into the lead of the race. But not by a great deal, I wouldn't have thought. Round through Allard goes the Golf. That will put them back into the lead of the race. And just at pit lane exit now is the Ginetta. They'll be close when they get to you.
Here they are, and yes, they are close. The gap is about 2 car lengths. And Ollie Brown looking to go around the outside of Jamie Sturgis, and does rather audaciously at Campbell, and he's got the lead back. So as he powers it out through Seagrave onto the long sweeps at the back of Thruxton, he now has 100 yards lead and is going away.
Right, it's worked beautifully, providing he was pit in to pit out the right amount of time, and no shorter than 120 seconds he'll be good. Into the pit lane for the second time comes the Corvette of Chris Tilley, I'm afraid. So that's car number 223 that was running at the tail end of the field as good as, that's back in the pit lane. I also not entirely convinced I saw the other Corvette of Michael Coker go back out again after his pit stop, because he's now showing down in 13th position, still is in the pits and is now falling away lap after lap.
So I think he might have
Called it a day.
let discretion be the better part of valour.
That's not a bad decision on a day like this. And Ollie Brown, since, as you suggested, taking up the lead of the race, really has sort of pulled away, hasn't he, from Jamie Sturgis. Ollie Brown working his way around the outside of the Cockerton Porsche, John Cockerton's Porsche, through the club chicane. The Ginetta midway through got a little bit squirrely, but gathered up beautifully. He's going to lead the charge again over the start-finish line. 14 laps completed. Matthew Evans is now up into second place by the look of things. His number 62 BMW up into second place, and Jamie Sturgis, number 99, the Golf, was leading. It's now down into third, I'm afraid, and falling away ever more.
And Ollie Brown now about to lap Nigel Mustill with the mighty Nissan. Yeah, Evans, isn't that far behind Ollie Brown. 7.7 seconds at the timing line. And can't tell from the lap times, of course, because it was a standing start lap from Ollie Brown. So
yeah, it was an out lap, wasn't it, from him? So it's next time round we'll get an idea of the relative pace of them and see whether that 7.7 seconds has been diminished ever more.
New fourth place man is Clark ahead of Wiley. So Kevin Clark up ahead of Wiley in the Porsche now.
And the lap time he's putting in, Kevin Clark, was pretty impressive as well. 1 minute 34, that's sort of the second quickest car out there, isn't it, in these conditions at this stage. So he might have half a chance of catching Jamie Sturgis if the gap between the pair of them remains the same.
See how Brown settles in, because it's getting wetter again.
So about to head over the start-finish line. Quick lap from him would be in the 1 minute 30s. Let's see as he goes through and over the start-finish line now what the Ginetta can do. First flying lap since coming out. Yeah, 1 minute 34, so it's quick, but it's not as quick as Matthew Evans has been doing at the wheel of the BMW, who is now just 5.7 seconds behind. The gap came down by another 2 seconds. And Jamie Sturgis, I think, might lose third here, because Kevin Clark's BMW is going to scythe by effortlessly as they go over the start-finish line. So the Volkswagen Golf now down into fourth place as the black and orange BMW goes through.
The Nissans are popping and banging and running slowly around here now, so I think he may be calling it a day. Nigel Mustill. Yeah, Kevin Clark third in the Intersport car. Sturgis is fourth, but about to be overtaken by Wiley.
We have a yellow flag at Allard, but unfortunately the car is just round the corner, out of view. So, and I know you won't be able to see it from where you are. All I can see is the yellow flag on the way in and a gathering of marshals, but the car is literally just
Remember the cumulative noun for marshals? Group of marshals?
Got
a jerry of marshals.
Oh, correct. Of course, yes, it would be, yes. Yeah, how very apt. So, yellow flag's still waving. Whatever it is, it's not got going again. And who it is, well, it's certainly not Ollie Brown, because the race leader is just heading towards me now. But I can't see Matthew Evans, who was only 5 seconds adrift of Ollie Brown, and as yet, that grey BMW has not reappeared. Safety car is coming out. Whatever it is, it's going to bring about the safety car, and I think it's Matthew Evans, I'm afraid, because Kevin Clark, who was third, is coming through the club chicane now, and still no sight of Matthew Evans.
Oh, what a shame, because that was building up to be a really nice race. Brown through, Clark in second place. Kevin Clark then in the 77 BMW moves up into second place, and into third place is the 69 Porsche, which is the car of Daniel Wiley, GT3 Cup car.
We've also had a shuffle just before the safety car came out, because it looks as though the Noble has gained a further place. Kevin Jones was behind Matthew Fielding last time they came past me, but this time through it's Jones back up into seventh place, and the Fielding BMW that he shares with Colin Wells, number 93, now down into eighth position. So as we're under safety car, 12 minutes to go, Let's just sort of rattle you through the order. Number 34, the Ginetta, Ollie Brown, leads the race. He's coming up towards the club chicane for the 17th time. Number 77, Kevin Clark's BMW is second. The Porsche of Daniel Wiley, number 69, is third. Fourth is 99, Jamie Sturgis, behind the wheel of the Volkswagen Golf. Fifth is the car that's brought about the safety car, so that's going to continue to drop down through the order. Number 62,
Red
Matthew
flag.
Evans.
Red flag, nicely.
Oh dear. Oh dear. So that's with 12 minutes and 35 seconds to go, is not quite 75% distance, is it, Marcus?
I wouldn't have said so.
It's a 40-minute race, yeah.
Yeah.
Even with maths not being my strongest point, when the race is 40 minutes, yeah, I think it's not quite 75%. So there might be some sort of resumption of this race. For the moment, cars are,
if there's an appetite for it.
Yeah,
and they might be quite relieved to go back in.
Kevin Clark was ushered by a marshal towards the pit lane, but Chris Tilley and Ollie Brown are on the track at the start-finish line at the moment. But what I can see is if I peer through the binoculars and have a look down towards Allard, what I can just confirm is that whatever has happened down there to Matthew Evans, he's out of the car and walking away. So whatever's brought about the red flag, he's just walking away. But as I say, the car is just unfortunately too far out of view to be able to exactly pick up on what the issue is. So yeah, all the cars are now being ushered into the pit lane, I'm afraid. So it does tend to suggest that even though we weren't quite where we needed to be in terms of 75% distance, yeah, they're all being now put back into the paddock area. So it looks as though, Marcus, another one might fall by the wayside, I'm afraid.
Well, great drive from Ollie Brown, anyway.
Fantastic drive from Ollie Brown. Yeah, so I was really impressed. Saw him at Snetterton a couple of weeks ago. He's racing in the GT Cup in one of the Team Hard Ginettas, and their format is a few sprint races over the weekend and some pit stop races. So in some of the races he was on his own, in others he was sharing, but he was quick and he was consistent. And considering that he's not done anything since TKM karting back in when I was chatting to, we must have raced together at some point back in the 1990s. He's jumped in a car for the first time and has been straight out of the box, rather quick to say the least.
The one that got away, as they say.
Yeah, quite possibly.
Had only he been able to continue. He could have become a commentator, couldn't he?
If he was
he might have resorted to that.
If he was a rubbish racing driver, yes, that would be your next choice. Yes. Yeah, budgetary issues and not being that good forced me into the commentary box. For which many might say that was probably not a good choice either. So yeah, Ollie Brown claims the win. Kevin Clark was in second position at the wheel off his number 77 BMW, and Daniel Wiley was third. We saw Jake Hill do a great stint early on, handing over to Jamie Sturgis, who struggled a little bit in those conditions, but still brought the car home in fourth place. Matthew Evans brought about the red flag, was running fifth on the road at the point the red flag that came out. Nigel Mustell, number 23, was in sixth place when the red flag came out, and just having got up to seventh, just before the red flag and the safety car that was initially shown, it was Kevin Jones. Eighth place goes the way of 93, Colin Wells and Matthew Fielding. Ninth place at the point of the red flag in the end of the race was Brad Sheehan, and completing the top 10 was number 49, which was the pairing of Mark Jones and Robert Taylor. Robert Taylor having started. They finished in 10th place. 11th was car number 100, John Cockerton, and 12th was the last of the finishers, I'm afraid, which was Chris Tilley at the wheel of car number 223. We lost Dan Malone on the green flag lap. He did have a bit of a spin, and we gather might have just nudged the barriers. We lost Darren Fielding with issues with his car that clearly weren't to his liking, having qualified third, just didn't have the pace in these awful conditions. And we also lost into the pit lane Michael Coker, who came in for his pit stop and didn't reappear. So that brings about a red flag. A bit of clearing up to be done. I can now see Matthew Evans' car, the BMW 1 Series. It has now been dragged into a position where I can just see it. And whilst the left-hand side of the car looks fine, I do wonder if it's the right-hand side that's sort of taken the damage, which would be the wrong side almost for Allard, so not entirely sure what might have happened there. To say it was out of sight. So a bit of clearing up to be done. Thanks to our marshals for assisting with all of that and their help throughout the course of today. 3 more races still to come. 30-minute race coming up shortly for the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens. Then we'll have a 20-minute race for the Toyo Tyres Watchdog Penultimate.com Jaguar Saloon Championship with the Viren Builders Open Series once more, and our final race of the day, back to the 40-minute format for the Liqui Moly New Millennium. So shuffle of the paperwork, and as soon as the track is clear, we'll be back with you for the next of our races.
With another truck. The other truck went off a Grendel fence, up the driveway, and was lodged through the fencing of some of the bankers. Yep, lovely. Yeah. They had to get a heavy lift in. They had to get a heavy lift in overnight to... Yeah.
Who was it? You know,
Have you seen them? All around up. Over a cold day, upside down. Where marshals normally park their cars. I've seen they went over it. Speeding, you will.
Yeah, race 5, yeah.
When we were there, when he got killed, somebody from the F2 championship said the tethers for the cars on the wheels to the wrong circuit.
We've got those good cheese,
And someone from MSA went, yeah, that was fine.
See if you need extra, that chart.
I've got a million.
There's in that yellow folder I
No, I'm good, thanks.
photocopied notes from my lovely work office.
I had to adjust them. I snipped the screen and adjusted it because they, otherwise when you put the edge there, it's not one.
Usually he was going out with just but they had to say that.
Lovely. Lovely.
I'll see the guy killed down there.
I'll leave 6 or 7 in it.
Yeah.
I could do it judge.
Oh, really? They're not restarting, though.
No.
Go straight to this one.
That's 2 sets. That's the most red flag session stops I've ever had in a race. Entire 3 seats.
Who wants to touch the tile? No one's not allowed to. So if you just get the tile all fixed,
That medicine driver back to everything. Anybody? I'm not even looking on my arm flat.
They'll duck. Just in case any refuge like you saw comes over. Yeah. Yeah. But the key is, you want to look for stuff that goes high, not below stuff. The stuff that goes high can come down. You just up there, take it goes one way up, comes into the end. Yeah. And I found bits of that wall.
DSC control is post 2. Post 2, go ahead. Do you need any further information regarding that last incident?
Laid down by,
Yes, I think it would be a good idea, actually. Have you got a standard form?
track and just possibly going like that.
I think I can find one, yes.
He's got it under
I think on the grounds that we've had medical assistance as well for the two competitors, I think if you send off, if you fill in a form and we'll collect it when it's dry or at the end of the meeting.
Yeah, that's
So, do you want the white one or the red one? The pink one? Yeah, we haven't I don't think it was announced as a major incident, so just the white standard incident form.
He went through the whole bloody thing. Did you remember there was bits of it hanging down on the track that was suspended in mid-air by the rebar? Then put a brand new camera. And his dad, Steve, the organiser, the alternator, I've had to use not now. I've been to every single in the country. I've done more yellow parties than some nights. Well, we agreed on 6 months. Anything we wanted, we asked if we could go around the track in the car. Yeah, one of us, that's what made the car. Yeah, that's fine. When we went there, it was 5. When we got there, we didn't come back at half 4. It turned out to be 6 o'clock. So the Irish got to the day, said, well, we can't do it now, we'll do it later. Can't do it later, it's not bother. And then they did the, we went over there, went, oh, go see the driving instructor for all his farm. We went over there. We went, right, doing that one. Our driving instructor rode around the corner, 3 or 4 laps, 3 speed. And one in front of me came off slightly as if he turned the corner, left-hand corner. But the 8 after the time, I did, I've been round here for 5 years. No, I'm not that bad. Well, we were thinking, okay, I always wanted to go to Malta. I went there a couple of years ago, I wanted to stay out there. Yeah. No, lovely. People.
Start line with Steve and numbers.
No, what we drive that. If you want to live. Have you seen it? Yeah. It's called Popeye Village. It's still there. It's a tourist attraction.
It's 2 green flag laps again, everybody. 2 green flags. Take your time, it's fine. We have 2 green flag laps anyway. Don't rush your boots. You get indigestion.
I have to do what they like. They are, they're making millions out of it. They work. Yeah. In an aircraft hangar. Aircraft hangar. Yeah, we could do that. No, yeah. Oh, the wall, literally. If you take the yellow line, to the fence here. Well, no, take it to the right, that's the thing that puts the bloody walls on. We were there. I was sitting there, I actually took 4.5 hours to come.
We have 2 green flag laps anyway, so there's no panic.
On the trip from airport to the hotel. We go to the park.
Yeah, 2 green flag laps.
So the Gold Arts Magnificent Seven competitors heading back out onto the circuit for their second race of the day. The first race was a longer 40-minute affair. This will be a 30-minute race that is coming up now. And let's give you the grid and the starting drivers. Number 98, John Cutmore. The grid, by the way, is as per the finishing results from earlier on. Number 98, John Cutmore, is on pole position. Alongside is number 10, which is Tim Bishop. So that's 98 and 10 on row number 1. Row 2 of the grid is 46, Stephen Nuttall, who you could argue should have been the race winner from earlier on, but the safety car came out, the order wasn't reshuffled, and he lost as good as a full lap. As a result of that, he was well and truly in the lead before that happened. Number 46, Stephen Nuttall, and 51, Christian Pittard, 46 and 51. The third row of the grid is 22, Graham Charman, and car number 111, which is the former British jet ski champion, rather apt for weather conditions like this, Carl Woodwis, 22 and 111 on row number 3, with row 4 being car number 2, started by Richard Lambert, and alongside is 92, Colin Watson, 2 and 92. The fifth row of the grid is number 80, Tim Davis, and 81, Jonathan Pittard, 80 and 81, with row 6 being comprised by number 40, Stephen James, and 42, Richard Carter, 40 and 42. The seventh row of the grid is 89, Bruce Wilson, and number 43, which I haven't got a start driver for, James Tubby stroke Luke Stevens. I think it will be Luke Stevens potentially for this particular race, but can't confirm that for sure. Row 8 of the grid is car number 16, which will be started by Jim McDougall, and alongside is 55, which is Will Rayson. 16 and 55, row number 8. The ninth row of the grid, number 13, 13, Greg Catton, and number 70, which is the car that's shared between Kevin and Alan Cooper. We don't have the start driver for that one, unfortunately. 13 and 70 on row number 9. Row 10 of the grid is 15, Neil Hinson, and 139, Mark Drain, 15 and 139, with row 11 being 34, Richard Green, and on the outside of him is 188, Robert Forsdyke, 34 and 188. Row 12 of the grid, number 5, Carl Nairn, and 74, George Ralph, 5 and 74. Row 13 is 35, Charles Holroyd, and 72, which will be started by Andrew Greenwood, 35 and 72. The 14th row of the grid is number 7. Again, we don't have the start driver, Martin Dolan and Gary Boone sharing the car alongside 122, which is Gary Curtis, 7 and 122, row 14. Row 15 is 77, which again is a car we don't have a starting driver for. Number 77 is Simon Lancashire sharing with Liam Browning, and alongside is 33, which is Shirdi Chaudhary. 77 and 33. The 16th row of the grid is number 38, which should be for this race Thornton that will start. Ian Thornton will start, and that's number 38 alongside 73, which is John Wright, 38 and 73. The 17th row of the grid is number 6, Tim Ralph, and for company number 65, which is the car that Stephen Story shares with Ray Arms, 65 and 6 and 65 rather, on row number 17. Row 18 is 85, David Watson. Watch out for him. His Spy had issues in race number 1. He should work his way through the order in this one. They will have 2 green flag formation laps because they've not sampled Thruxton in the wet as yet, and alongside is car number 100, which Ryan Lewis shares with Luke Lewis. Don't know the starting driver again. That is 85 and 100. The 19th row of the grid, they're being ushered along for the second green flag lap. I thought we were just going to have one, but yeah, eventually John Cutmore has got the message. The 19th row of the grid, 93, Hugh Coulter, who had a few issues in race number 1, and 61, which is Mark Webster, 93 and 61. And the final row of the grid, if he's out there, because the car had a few issues this morning in qualifying, only did 1 lap, Ben Simons, number 14, should make progress if the car is there, and then I think there will be a gap alongside, because I think we've already had the notification and confirmation at number 54, which was Mark and Simon Lanyon have withdrawn and therefore won't be there. So just looking down through the order, we do indeed have no Ben Simons at the tail end of the field, and no Lanyon car as well. So, yeah, the back row of the grid will be the 19th row. The whole of the 20th row is not there. So, cars splashing their way around the circuit, and Marcus Pye, who is out there at Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave. We saw, again, a few twists in the tail for the Gold Arts Magnificent 7. Stephen Nuttall, sort of, victory eluded him in race number 1. He'll want to put that right in race number 2.
Yes, that's right. The pace car came out at a very inopportune moment for him.
Yeah.
And absolutely on the money for John Cutmore and Tim Bishop, who ended up 9/10 of a lap behind, at the back of the group, but in fact 9/10 of a lap ahead of the third place competitor. So they made hay, didn't they? And got away, but I suspect it might be different this time round, because there's someone sitting there with quite a bit to prove, and he is currently on P3 on the grid, Stephen Nuttall, and will want to go away with something today, won't he?
Well, he was so quick in qualifying this morning that, you'd have been really surprised to think that he wouldn't have claimed that victory. He was the best part of, nearly 3/4 of a second quicker than anybody was in qualifying. Himself and Christian Pittard were the best part of 2 seconds quicker than anybody else in qualifying, so he'll be wanting to carry it through.
Yeah, the tussle between the Pittard brothers really is always a feature here at the Thruxton Thriller.
What we do need, though, is Jonathan Pittard, when hopefully the lights go out this time. I think he was caught out in the first race because the lights didn't come on, the Union Jack was raised and then dropped very quickly. And I wasn't expecting the Union Jack to be used, the Union flag. So I think it probably caught Jonathan Pittard out, and that was why at the end of lap number 1, having qualified 4th, he was 22nd because he stalled, I think sheer panic, and then had to carve his way through the field. So we shall look forward to the two of those.
Sometimes a good chase is much more enjoyable than actually being out front and running away with it.
That's very true, yeah, absolutely. So, of course, that was dry conditions for them in the race earlier on. We hadn't, at that point, had any moisture fall onto the circuit, so this is the first time they've
moisture,
had...
He says. Moisture. Understatement of the week.
And now conditions are, totally different to anything that they've experienced so far, albeit... I was going to say, I thought the rain had almost stopped. No, it is still raining. It's just, and it's still heavy rain. It's just a lot lighter than it was.
Listening to Germany, es ist etwas feucht, somewhat moist.
David Watson in the Spire off the tail end of the field, providing it's trouble-free. Should go well, shouldn't he?
He'll move up. Whether he can get into the mid-pack and get into the thick of things, not a matter.
Can we usher him into the top 10, do you think, with a bit of enthusiasm in a 30-minute race?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. It's a 30-minute race, so a pit stop window, it's slap bang in the middle for this one, so it's between the 10th and the 20th minutes that the pit window is open, and during that period of time, same process, pit in to pit out, minimum of 2 minutes. So usually it's a 1 minute stationary pit stop for the Magnificent Sevens, but because of COVID-19 and in case teams, if they're sharing cars, want to sanitise steering wheels and things in the car, the CSCC have just extended it to give them the opportunity to have a quick wipe around if they wish. I suspect the amount of water, that should be sufficient. So final couple of rows of the grid just coming into position. Number 93 could be another one to watch out for. Hugh Coulter, I would say top 15 for him. He'll work his way halfway through this field. There's a bit of shuffling being done. And let's have a quick look. Who's being ushered backwards? Car number 35, Charles Holroyd, is being ushered backwards from his position. And now we've got a bit more ushering backwards of the next of the cars, which I think is Ian Thornton's car, number 38, that's just being pushed backwards. There's a few gaps on the grid, I've got to say, so I gave you what we were expecting, but I think there's a few drivers that have perhaps decided that the car was in one piece after race 1. The weather conditions have deteriorated so much, I really want it to be in one piece when I bring it home, so I won't take part in race 2. So, but it's still a good grid of, what we got, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17. About 30 cars still, so we've lost maybe half a dozen.
Yes, a lot of clubs are very grateful for 30-car grids, wouldn't they, these days?
Yes, very much so. When we've had sort of 43, I think was the biggest qualification this morning. Yeah, we've lost a few. So green flag waves at the tail end of the field. Red lights are on now. John Cutmore on pole position. Tim Bishop alongside. Lights go out, and it's a good start by the look of things from Stephen Nuttall from the second row of the grid, who is already in the lead before they even get towards Allard Corner. So Stephen Nuttall, number 46, picks up the lead of the race.
He does indeed, and he's screaming towards me here. On the brakes, down the gearbox, runs wide, which is good because there's a grip round the outside. 22's in second place. The Cutmore car is 10th, I should think. So dropped way back. He doesn't have much torque in that. Watson and the sister car is cutting his way through. The 6, which has started without a nose cone, but a new radiator and oil cooler, I note, following its prang in the first race, brings up the rear.
So, yeah, John Cutmore struggling a little bit, but it was a motorcycle engine, isn't it, in that car? It's all about keeping the momentum up, isn't it? And, yeah, probably hasn't got the grunt to get off the line, but he will, I'm sure, work his way back into contention, pick off a few more cars, maybe, over the course of this lap. But Stephen Nuttall is out front and is already sprinting away as they head down towards Church for the first time. He's got clear daylight between himself and the car that sits there in second position. It is a darkish coloured car, is all I can tell you, which could suggest it might be Graham Charman, potentially, but...
it was 22, Charman was second here.
Right, so it is then Graham Charman if it's got the red rollover hoop. And as they head uphill in towards the braking area Charman's going to be down in third position, which means that it is going to be... Now, is it Tim Bishop that's there? Let's have a quick look.
Bishop's car's a dark
No,
car.
it is not. It is a Pittard that is there. Ooh. It is Jonathan Pittard, number 81, that is up into second position. Graham Charman's in third place.
Pittard from row 5?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Okay.
Not a bad start at all. A good run around the back part of the circuit. And Colin Watson completes the top 3 at the moment.
Yes, Nuttall's way clear. Well, up into second place here has come the 92, but he's been taken again on the exit by Pittard. So Pittard back into second place, but they're a long way, light years behind the leader.
He's just romped away, hasn't he? There's another good gainer on the grid. The number 70 car, now I don't know whether it's Kevin or Alan Cooper, but that car is now in 6th position. That's up 10 places from where it started. So that has worked its way up 10 places, whereas poor old John Cutmore has lost 10 on the first lap. So in stark contrast, and another car that I said watch out for. I did say where could we usher him? Could we get him inside the top 10? Well, David Watson is living up to the billing at the moment. The number 85 car is up 9 places, started 24th on the grid with the gaps that were there and present, but is now up into 15th place. So
I'll say Alan Freeman, doesn't it? Up 9 places to number 26 or comes.
It's not Sunday 7 o'clock yet, is it? to go through the top 40 charts.
No, not yet.
So Stephen Nuttall back over the start-finish line. It is Colin Watson that is now up into second place, and slithering back down to third has gone the black and gold car, number 81 of Jonathan Pittard. So still a good lap. Now, Graham Charman's had a rotation in the middle of the club chicane, so that's going to drop him out of what was 4th position. It is going to put Christian Pittard through. The Coopers gained 2 more places as a result of the pack spitting for the errant car, and Graham Charman will recover, but he'll be down into 7th place, number 22, I'm afraid.
Watson in second place has made some ground towards the leader. He's closer than he was, that's for sure, but it's really sort of separated out front now because of that spin down there with you, I would think.
Yeah, the pack had to split a little bit, and yeah, Graham Charman did recover, but lost 3 places as a result
Davis
of that.
is moving up. Yeah, Charman is down in 7th, isn't he?
Yeah. So, another 4 places gained also from the car off the back of the grid, David Watson. So he is now up into 11th position. Now, I did say, could we get him inside the top 10 in a half-hour race? Well, he's knocking on the door, and he's only completed 2 laps so far. So, very much so. Now, Colin Watson, the first flying lap, set the fastest lap of the race. That was 2.5 seconds quicker than the race leader. So Stephen Nuttall might just have to up his pace a bit here if he doesn't want to get caught from the car that sits behind him now, on towards the brakes. This is lap number 3 that's about to be completed.
Watson's actually 2 places ahead of Cutmore.
Which that, sorry?
Watson's 2 places ahead of his teammate Cutmore.
Ah, right, I'm talking about Colin Watson, though.
Another Watson, yeah, no, okay, another Watson.
Yes.
Dave Watson from up the back of the grid.
Yeah, no, Colin Watson is now 0.6 of a second behind Stephen Nuttall, the race leader, and has just set the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 33.556.
He's into that slipstream situation now, isn't he? He'll get there. And he's about to try to take the lead, but it isn't quite close enough. The 2 leaders together up here. Nuttall in 46, Watson in 92. Third place is Jonathan Pittard. Then a long way back is the 4th place car, 70, which is Cooper. So yes, the Spires. I wonder whether they've gone different ways on setup for these conditions, or John Cutmore. I can't remember from RGB whether he likes the wet. Doesn't appear to at this point.
Yeah, he's only heading one direction, isn't he, really, poor old John Cutmore, whereas in stark contrast for the sister car, David Watson, who is still working his way up through the order.
David Watson is, yes, one place ahead of John Cutmore, but a long way ahead on the track.
So looking down towards Church Corner and already up towards Woodham Hill comes our leading pair. It's still Stephen Nuttall that leads, but Colin Watson is having to deal with the slipstream and the spray, but dives for the inside line on the run in towards the club chicane and goes through to take the lead of the race. So Colin Watson, number 92, leads, slithers his way through the latter part of the club chicane, which sort of compromised his exit speed a little bit, and now Stephen Nuttall is fighting back and has the inside line for Allard and might just retake the lead of the race. Can he? No, Colin Watson just has enough in hand. He's on the outside line at Allard Corner, and I think will just have his nose ahead when they head back towards you. Change for the lead.
Let's have a look. The dark car, the light car. It's the light car. So it's Colin Watson who has managed somehow to hold on. Nuttall carries more speed into the corner, then has to back off. Now he's going to try to get a lot more exit speed, and he's now in the slipstream of the race leader, diving out to the right. They're side by side going up towards what used to be Kimpton, but Nuttall has to tuck in just behind the leader up there. Very, very close onto the fast sweepers.
So yeah, onto the fast sections of the circuit with Nuttall having to tuck back behind Stephen Watson. Can he jink out and try and regain the place? For the moment, it looks as though Colin Simpson has everything under control. So down towards Church Corner they'll go. Traffic ahead, though, and this might come into play. Thankfully, they'll meet the first couple as they start to head round through Brooklands and should be able to scythe through some of the slower cars at unabated speed, but the next one they're going to meet, I think, might be in the middle of the chicane. Colin Watson rather should get past one on the approach towards the club chicane. Stephen Nuttall can't, and therefore that's going to open up the gap between the pair of them once more. Yep, so right through the middle of the club chicane was where Stephen Nuttall met the back marker, and therefore more time is lost as he eventually now negotiates Robert Forsdyke's car on the way out of the club chicane.
Comes the leader then, and he's managed to put a slower car between himself and his pursuer, and it's the 38 car which Nuttall has to go around the outside of at Cobb to get back towards the leader. But the leader has broken that toe. He's probably 40-50 metres ahead, but two more cars crucially just ahead of the leader, Colin Watson, before he turns into Village, is it? Yes, it is.
Yeah, so around through Village and then on towards Church Corner as the speeds continue to build, and Colin Watson will have one more car to deal with probably before the club chicane, I would have thought. Is he going to catch it in time, though? Should just about. Stephen Nuttall, though, is now starting to fight back again. He pulls out of the slipstream of Colin Watson, probably to get more of a better view than anything, because it is a real ball of spray that's being thrown into his face. Round the outside of the back marker goes Colin Watson, whereas again, for the second lap on the trot, Stephen Nuttall is caught behind the back marker and can't escape from its grasp until the exit of the club chicane. So the gap that was closing up has opened again, largely because just of where they caught the traffic. So now through Allard Corner with a 1.5 second lead advantage goes Colin Watson onto lap number 7.
I was looking at those spires to see whether Cutmore was beginning to come back a little bit at Dave Watson, but he's not. He's getting quicker, but not quick enough. So the leader's through. Not much between them. In third place, we wait for the first of the Pittards, Jonathan Pittard, who's some way ahead of his sibling. 70 does a great move, goes around the outside of one, tries to squeeze past another. Oh, and then the door slammed in his face. Loses both positions. That was close.
So that was the fifth place car.
Yeah.
We've still got Tim Davis, number
Kevin
80, in
Cooper.
sixth place. Seventh place is going to be the number 40 machine, which is Stephen James. Then it's number 22, Graham Charman, still recovering from his spin, actually, and is now back into eighth position. So 7 laps very shortly will be completed by our race leader. No traffic to get in the way this time on the approach towards the club chicane, so Stephen Nuttall can press on. Pit window is now open as well, by the way, because the first 10 minutes of the race have now elapsed. And the race leader's coming in, and second place is following him in as well. So into the pit lane comes Colin Watson, followed by number 46, Stephen Nuttall. So they are both in to the pit lane, which for the moment is going to give the lead of the race to car number 81 if he stays out, that being Jonathan Pittard, and he does. So number 81, Jonathan Pittard, now picks up the lead of the race. Christian Pittard in the orange car should go through into second place if he stays out. He's just heading through the club chicane, but no, Christian Pittard heads for the pit lane, so that will now give his position to the number 70 car, which will be the next of those three if they stay out, of course.
Yes, so 81, Jonathan Pittard leads the way now, but hasn't made his stop, of course, at this point. A whole bunch of cars comes through next, and one of the other boss cars moving up quite strongly as well through all that. Had a good run through the chicane, and that was Tim Davis in the number 80. 40 has a moment up here, dives in very, very deep. Stephen James in the hybrid tune Caterham Supersport. David Watson in the leading Spire, 10th, car 85 at the moment. Here's John Cutmore, winner of the earlier race in 98. Last time round, Watson did a 36.2, Cutmore a 37.6, so that gap is stretching between those two cars. They're in a class of their own, so to speak.
2 more cars head for the pit lane. The number 77 is in. Simon Lancashire and Liam Browning sharing that car. Also, I think 43 came in as well. The cars that pitted on the previous lap whilst they were fighting for the lead of the race now exit the pit lane as well. So they'll be heading up to you very, very shortly. Colin Watson and Stephen Nuttall, who came into the pits together, leave the pits understandably together because neither the driver can gain a great deal of advantage.
And that's probably when one saw the other go in, they probably thought, in fact, it's Nuttall who leads by about 3 car lengths from Colin Watson, but I'll go in as well because we can resume our battle. If we don't go in at the same time, we might end up at a very different part of the circuit and then have a fairly lonely race thereafter.
Graham Charman is in, so that's a number 22 car that finished 5th in the race earlier on today. That one heads for the pit lane. Also, Charles Holroyd is in at the wheel of number 35. He's been a little bit off the pace all day today, I'm afraid. But number 81, which is Jonathan Pittard, still out front and leading the race at this stage. No sign of him pitting. Another 6 minutes before the window closes, so plenty of time yet, Marcus, to pit.
Yep, plenty of time for tactics to come into play.
Bruce Wilson heads for the pit lane, number 89 this time through. So he was just inside the top 12. Mark Drain, number 139, heads into the pit lane, but the race leader, Jonathan Pittard, still continues on his merry way, still continuing to lead the race. And he will, again, it will cost them about a lap in reality, because Pittard's heading up towards you now, the race leader. The next couple of cars behind him are the cars that had been fighting for the lead of the race before they came in. So just going to show they've now off the lead lap, aren't they, those two?
Yep, here comes Jonathan Pittard. Turns through neatly. And then it's the 46. And the 46 is next up, isn't it? That's Nuttall. And then Watson in 92. They're a lap down, but of course they'll get that lap back. They'll win it back when the leader has to pit.
More cars dive for the pit lane. Number 61 off the back of the grid, Mark Webster heads for the pit lane. Robert Forsdyke heads for the pit lane at the wheel of car number 188. Queue of cars heading through the club chicane, a little trio, but one of them dives for the pit lane on that occasion. It's the number 2 car that heads down pit road. And we've also got the first of the Spires coming in as well, and that is the man who sat on pole position, number 98, John Cutmore, heads for the pit lane this time through. It really has been a difficult race for him so far. He had got himself back inside the top 10, but that's largely as a result of others around him pitting, isn't it?
It's been a kind of a day of two halves for him, hasn't it? Because that phenomenal performance this morning. He was going really strongly, and this time he's struggling because not even matching his teammate's pace, and his teammate had big issues this morning, mechanically issues.
Colin Watson gets another really good run this time on Stephen Nuttall, heading up towards Allard Corner. That, in theory, by the time we've cycled through the pit stops, will be for the lead of the race. But for the moment, it is still just Stephen Nuttall that's hanging on to it. They're fighting, for 12th and 13th in the race, aren't they? But in reality, it will be the lead battle.
Yeah. There's nothing between them, not even a full car length. And they're having a whale of a time out there, that's for sure.
Well, Watson's just posted the fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 28.853. Right, into the pit lane at that time through came number 81. So Jonathan Pittard, having taken up the lead of the race, dives for the pit lane. Tim Davis, number 80, has also snuck in over the course of the last few laps. We've also now seen Richard Carter heading down pit road. And Tim Ralph, who's down towards the tail end of the pit lane, heads down pit road. So it's now going to be...
Pittard's in, isn't he? And Carter's in.
Yeah, I think it might be. At the end of this lap, you know who it could be leading? Could be David Watson in the Spire if he doesn't come in.
Well, David Watson just come past me in the 85 Spire.
Depends how quickly he gets back round. So through and over the start-finish line goes the leading cars that have pitted, and they are now up into 6th and 7th places respectively. The burgundy and black car, number 46, of Stephen Nuttall, the white and day-glow orange car of Colin Watson, heading back into your sight again, Marcus.
Okay. Yeah, Bishop's having a difficult run, isn't he? Because he was really well placed on the outside of the front row, and he's running 5th, but has he made his stop?
Yeah, he was in all of those drives that pitted just at the right moment, wasn't he, in race 1, and that was what gave him that runners-up spot in the race. I think on pure pace it would have seen him maybe down towards the bottom of the top 10. Into the pit lane comes number 85, so we have now got David Watson in, having had problems in race number 1. He's carved his way beautifully up through the order in this one, but he now heads into the pit lane.
Yeah, he shows as the leader as he comes into the pits.
Yeah,
which is quite interesting, because that's obviously a system that works through the timing to make sure they serve their 2-minute minimum.
So if he stays out, Tim Bishop, number 10, would take up the lead of the race this time through. But for what will really be the lead of the race, they are still together fighting away. Number 92, Colin Watson, ahead this time through of Stephen Nuttall. Stephen Nuttall sitting right behind him as they head up towards Allard Corner. Now, this will be for the lead of the race because we've got Watson in the pit lane. So the other Watson, that being Colin, heads into your sight with Stephen Nuttall's car right behind him.
Absolutely. And they're jinking and probing. One looks down the inside, then one sort of maintains that sort of imperious position in the middle of the circuit to try to make things as difficult as possible for his pursuer to overtake. But it's the white Boss car which continues to lead. That's Colin Watson in 92. Stephen Nuttall absolutely in his slipstream.
See whether they can continue this fight for what is another 10 minutes or so. Now, we need everybody to have conducted their pit stops in the next 10 seconds or so, or at least come in ready to start conducting them, because the pit window is pretty much imminent. And I think, without exception, I think everybody has been into the pits. So, yeah, they're either in the process of doing it or have already done it, is the good thing. So for our race-leading battle, they can sort of roll their sleeves up and slug it out now. Now, up towards the braking area for the 12th time into towards the club chicane comes our race leader, number 92, which is Colin Watson, still leading from Stephen Nuttall's number 46 car. The next back marker they're going to have to deal with is the car that runs in 10th position at the moment, number 42, Richard Carter. So their pace now means that, yeah, it's only the top 10 that remain on the lead lap.
The petards swap positions. Last time round, 51 going ahead of 81.
Yes, that'll be the orange car, won't it, of Christian Pittard, going ahead of the black and gold car of Jonathan Pittard. And in fact, yeah, they're just heading up towards the braking area for the club chicane now, and yeah, they have made it through. So yeah, the order swaps between the two brothers, the two siblings. Number 51 gaining the place. So up towards Allard they'll go. Now, they are in 3rd and 4th places respectively, but they are 40 seconds behind the leading pair. Staggering margin that's been built up, hasn't it, by the lead pair, heading round through Church on lap number 13.
Yes, they are so far clear of the Pittard brothers, who are separated by just under 2 seconds.
So last time through, Colin Watson posted a new fastest lap of the race as well in the ever-drying conditions. Still nowhere near dry as yet. 1 minute 26.978 for Colin Watson. He slides his way, as does Stephen Nuttall, out of the club chicane onto lap number 14. The lead advantage that time through shrunk by another 1/10 of a second. So it's hovering around a second at the moment as they head out of Allard, and back to you for the 14th time.
Yep, so down to 1.1 seconds. There's now the 77 car to lap, just as it seemed, in fact, that Colin Watson had made a little bit of ground. 77's ahead of him. Does he get through safely? Ooh, he has to go around the outside, coming out of Seagrave. And Nuttall goes up to the right-hand side of the 77 on the exit, and is going to make some ground out of that. That was the Simon Lancashire Liam Browning car. One Ball Racing.
I say called One Ball Racing because of... poor old Simon Lancashire, who suffered from testicular cancer and had to go and have treatment and removal, and is just trying to raise awareness of that through One Ball Racing. Now, earlier on over the course of the race, it really was Stephen Nuttall that lost out through the traffic, particularly at my part of the circuit, in towards the club chicane. On a couple of occasions he lost advantage, but now it certainly looks as though he is on his way back. I've got a terrible buzzing in my ear that seems to be getting louder and louder, I'm afraid. So we'll see if we can...
51 stretching away from 81. The Pittard brothers in 3rd and 4th. And 51 Christian Pittard managed to put John Cutmore between them at Campbell that time.
Whereas for Colin Watson and Stephen Nuttall, again, it was Stephen Nuttall that met the traffic in the wrong spot. It was, I think, Mark Drain's car that Colin Watson got by before the club chicane, but Stephen Nuttall again had to wait until the exit, so the gap opens up by 3/4 of a second just with that one little moment.
It looks to me as though the chase car, Nuttall, beginning to understeer quite a bit up here as conditions improve, track conditions improving. But a couple of laps ago, he was in a position to tow the leader up the hill. Now he's not. Oh, it's skitey out there, as David Watson's finding in the Spire. Going to wrestle at the steering. It's sort of fingertip stuff, but it's certainly looking a handful.
It's difficult, isn't it? It was probably wet when they first started, and then it's now, because it's drying, it's almost getting to that greasy stage again, isn't it? Where it's neither one nor the other.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, lap after lap after lap, corner after corner, the conditions continually change. The leading pair back towards me once more. 5.5 minutes just under of the race to go. Still with Colin Watson doing a good job out front of hanging on to the lead of the race. More traffic up the road to deal with, which is going to be the number 70 Caterham 310 of the Coopers, which is dispatched a further lap down on the approach towards Allard Corner. So at least one back marker between first and second as they head out of my sight again. The gap between the pair of them is still around a second, came down by 0.6 of a second that time through.
Okay, so it's and there's one between them and the 70 car skates wide down here, probably just as well, and that's allowed Nuttall to gain a few more yards back. 70 was Kevin Cooper. Never Enough Limited. Thought Never Enough would be unlimited, wouldn't you?
So pit window now closed. Matters not, as we say, everybody has been into the pit lane. 4 minutes of the race to go. Here is the fight for third and fourth, just coming past me now. The orange number 51 car of Christian Pittard, his brother Jonathan, still in his wheel tracks. Those two are separated by 0.6 of a second. Again, there's traffic up the road to deal with as well, so the podium slots aren't sorted as yet as they head into your sight now. So we've got a fight for the lead, fight for third and fourth.
Yep, orange and black, the Pittards. And they're battling with the 93 car. That's Coulter, isn't it? Coulter.
And did you spot what it says down the side of the black and gold liveried car of Jonathan Pittard?
I didn't.
Jonathan Pittard Special, it says down the side of it.
Yes. Emerson Fittipaldi, 1972 world champion in the JPS Lotus 72 in those colours.
Very, very sideways and slippery moment, but gathered up beautifully. Number 55 on the very edge of adhesion coming through the club chicane on that occasion.
Oh,
go on.
92 and 46 are leaders in a lot of traffic, and a very bold dive into the complex made more ground for 92.
So apologies, I've still got this annoying buzzing in my headset that I can't seem to...
Probably me, sorry.
Well, I think it might be... somebody's saying it's been going out on the live feed all day, so there might be it's the first time we've used this sort of decoder to transmit via TSL's website, but it's just sort of getting louder in my ears all the
electronic
time.
tinnitus.
It would appear so at the moment. It seems like it. Yeah, it's certainly rather off-putting at the way the things are happening at the moment. New fastest lap of the race for Stephen Nuttall. Did you mention that last time through?
I didn't, but he's dropped back because Watson out front managed to get a couple of cars between him and his pursuer into the complex.
Yeah, 1 minute 26.530, brought the gap down to less than a second, but as you said, it's now extended again. Right now there's traffic for Colin Watson to deal with, and he's battled up behind him in the club chicane, and this is really going to help Stephen Nuttall get right back onto terms with the race leader. They're going to be going on to their penultimate lap as well. Colin Watson jinks one way, one of the back markers pulls into the pit lane, and Stephen Nuttall's got a run here and might retake the lead. No, not quite. Nose to tail for the lead of the race. Colin Watson and Stephen Nuttall all came down to the back markers yet again as they head onto their penultimate lap of the race.
Yeah, you see the speed differential among some of the cars in this field as the leaders bear down on them. And Stephen Nuttall tries to get a little closer coming in. That was good, and the boss car's got stuck behind a slower one. And round the outside goes Nuttall. They're either side of the slower car, and the white boss car just hangs on the inside. So Colin Watson just holds on to the place.
By the skin of his teeth, by the sounds of things.
Very much so.
And
when there were three abreast on the apex of Seagrave, that was quite something.
Can he hang on to it? Well, on the far side of the circuit again, he's still got Stephen Nuttall within slipstreaming distance, so down towards Church there will go. Stephen Nuttall closing the deficit all of the time. A very slow car ahead of them that they'll meet right on the exit of Church, so just any earlier would have been potentially a problem for Colin Watson, so he jinks out from behind that car. He's now heading up Woodham Hill. There is less than a lap time to go, so they will be heading on to their final lap of the race, and Stephen Nuttall is still sitting behind our race leader Colin Watson, who can't afford to put a wheel wrong. Now there's no more traffic for the next few corners, but Colin Watson is a little bit untidy through the club chicane, and Stephen Nuttall is going to try and capitalise on that on the exit of the corner. He gets a better run again, but still can't do a great deal about it, as they were last time. Onto the final lap, Colin Watson leads by less than a quarter of a second from Stephen Nuttall.
It's always best to ambush somebody right near the end, isn't it? But
yep.
There's no traffic around to assist or hinder by the same token. Boss car still ahead of Colin Watson, but Nuttall sitting in his wheel tracks now, and would be well advised to stay there until Woodham Hill, if he can do just that, because that would give him the perfect opportunity and little ground for retaliation.
Yeah, and what you usually don't want to do in a catering race is be leading going on to the final lap, particularly at a circuit like Thruxton. And maybe Stephen Nuttall, has just kept his cards close to his chest. And finally, this game of poker is going to be sorted out on the run towards the flag. But he's not quite as close this lap as he was on the lap prior, I don't think.
So very close down here.
He's, about 5 or 6 car lengths behind, so needs to pick up a good toe coming out of Church Corner, which he is now picking up.
Oh, yes, I can see it from the side.
Closing, ever closing. Colin Watson will have to defend on the run in towards the chicane. Moves the car over to the right-hand side, so Stephen Nuttall will try and take a wide sweep in. Need to get the braking point right, and Colin Watson's brake way too late. He's going to slither out wide on the chicane, and Stephen Nuttall is going to go through. Stephen Nuttall is going to claim this one because it was a mistake from Colin Watson, and on the charge to the flag, Colin Watson might just come back, a good run, but as they head over the start-finish line, this is tenths of a second, and it does go the way of Stephen Nuttall from Colin Watson. Colin Watson had it in the bag, but he just braked a little bit too late. The car washed out wide. He lost the momentum mid-corner and couldn't recover. Stephen Nuttall claims the win. He'd waited patiently, Marcus, and, well, it all came good in the end.
Yep, by 0.170 of a second. Absolutely superb. Great battle.
So Stephen Nuttall claims the win after 19 laps of racing from number 92, Colin Watson, in second place. We haven't even got the third place car over the start-finish line as yet. So big was the advantage that they had made up. There are only 5 cars that finished on the lead lap. The petards are threading their way down the back part of the circuit, are they? Yeah, here they come now. Right, up towards the braking area now they will come, and it looks as though it is going to be number 51, which is going to be the car of Christian Pittard that is just going to do it from his brother. He slipstreamed past him coming out of Church as well. They have shuffled the order, so 51 lost the lead midway round that lap, but gained it back again. So it is the 51 car of Christian Pittard that finishes in third place. 81 Jonathan Pittard finishes in fourth place. Tim Davis at the wheel of the spare car, the number 80 car, engine blew yesterday, so he finishes in fifth place, and he's the last of the cars on the lead lap. Sixth place goes the way of number 70, finished 18th in the first race, but Alan and Kevin Cooper having a great run in race number 2 to finish in sixth place. Seventh place goes the way of number 40, which is Stephen James. Eighth place is number 42, Richard Carter. Ninth place is number 85. A good drive in the end from David Watson, who had problems at the wheel of his Spire in race number 1. And number 93, another car off the back of the grid, Hugh Coulter, finishes in the top 10. So, great race between Colin Watson and Stephen Nuttall. And they were pretty much at it all race, weren't they? Because it was fighting away before the pit stops. They pitted on the same lap and resumed the battle again, didn't they?
And Nuttall's kind of got the consolation prize for having lost out early on in difficult circumstances. The Coopers, good run from them. They'll be out tomorrow in the Special Saloons race, won't they, as well? Because they've got their Warsteiner Darien Imp here.
Oh, of course they have. Yeah, that's the one you were telling me about with the Abarth engine.
With the Abarth engine. Yeah, absolutely unbelievable.
So we look forward to seeing more of them tomorrow then, albeit that is all we will see of the Gold Arts Magnificent Sevens for the moment, until they sort of pack things away and on this rescheduled calendar for 2020 head towards Snetterton next month, if memory serves me correctly, the 15th and 16th of August, he says off the top of his head without looking at the calendar.
Looks like only one of the 27 starters failed to finish, the Forsdyke car 188.
Robert Forsdyke, so he came into the pits and I'm not sure I saw him again after
the
that.
Forsdyke saga.
So the next of the races coming up, so that was a 30-minute race. 20-minute races are coming up next. The Toyo Tyres WatchdogApp.com Jaguar Saloon Championship and Viren Builders Open Series will be next up, so we will await those cars to head out onto their formation lap, and then we will bring you through again what is a split grid. The Jaguars going off first, followed by the Viren Builders Open Series, which will go off about 20 seconds later. So a split grid to bring you, and for the shared cars, one driver will do one race, one driver will do the next race. So we'll also bring you the starting drivers for our penultimate race of the day that's coming up very shortly.
Start time 1 receipt. Vicky, no 39 or 75. 39. And 75 non-starters. And 75. No, we're only at 6.
We're on race 6.
Is there a new grid for 6? Yeah. Somebody going to confirm?
No, 14:32 at the moment.
I got 14:32.
Matt, no 39 or 75.
39 last row. No.
39 is row 19. 75 is 3 then. We're splitting though. We'll sort out 7 when we
Come back.
come back.
Matt, we want You okay? What's wrong? Oh, yeah, I sort of gathered that. You okay? Yeah, yeah. Do you need them?
I might need one for whoever's free tonight.
Yeah. No problem. They're here if you need them. Are you okay, Bev? Are you okay? Good. As long as you're okay. No, Bev, no, you don't apologise. As long as you're okay, that's my main concern. Look, wait, it's okay. We'll be moist later, it's okay. Do you need a hand? Can I have you in the middle again, Clive?
So then the penultimate race of the day, heading out onto circuit. We already saw them out earlier on today, and this is the way that the grid will line up. It's the Toyo Tyres Watchdog.com Jaguar saloons that go off first. That's when the lights go out, and when the Union flag falls, then about 20 seconds later that will happen. The Viren Builders Open Series will head off. In the race earlier on today, the first Jag home was in 8th position. All of the Open Series cars finished in the top 7 places, so you'd have thought maybe they'd let the Open Series cars go off first, because it looks on the results as though perhaps they're the quicker, but it's the Jags is the way that it is working for this weekend at least. So number 99 James Ram will start on pole position, and alongside is 67 Colin Philpott. The second row of the grid, so it's 99 and 67 on row number 1. Second row of the grid is number 4 Tom Robinson, and 158, which is Derek Pearce, 4 and 158 on row number 2. The third row of the grid is 44, Guy Connew, and 24, which is Michael Seaborn, 44 and 24, row 3. And row 4 is 77, Michael Holt, and 97, Lawrence Kopok, 11 and 97. The fifth row off the grid is number 70 Tom Lenthal and 28 Daniel Stewart. That is 28 and 70 and 28, sorry, it's been a long day, 70 and 28. And the sixth row of the grid is number 5, which is Simon Dunford, and 27, which is Lawrence Coppock. So that gives you 6 rows of Jaguars. Row 7 and row 8 will be empty on the grid, and row 9 then is the start of the Viren Builders Open Series cars, where car number 199, race winner Jamie Sturgis from earlier on sits on pole position with his Seat Leon. Alongside him is the BMW of Brad Sheehan, 199 and 128 on the 9th row of the grid. The 10th row of the grid is 74 if it's out there, because it did have a bump into the pit wall and then had issues at the start of the next race it was scheduled in. Number 74, Dominic Malone, alongside car number 581, which for this race is scheduled to be with Clive Leatherby behind the wheel. 74 and 581 on row number 10. And row number 11 of the grid is 49, which will be started by Mark Jones, and 62, which is Matthew Evans. But of course, he brought about a red flag and damaged the BMW 1 Series. We'll wait and see whether he is there as well. 49 and 62. The 12th row of the grid, 93, Matthew Fielding takes the wheel for this race, alongside 9, which is Dylan Popovich, 93 and 9. Row 13 is 34, Dave Griffin, and 144, David Trigg. 34 and 144 on row 13. Row 14 is 163, Jeff Beale, and number 19, 19, which is scheduled to be Lee Channing for this race. 163 and 199 on row number 14. And row 15 is car number 112, which is Manoj Patel, and car number 127, which is Richard Harmon for this race at 112 and 127. The 16th row of the grid, 666, David Hickton behind the wheel for this race, alongside 57, Tony Paxman, 666 and 57. Row 17 is number 88, which is Neil Gardner, and 149, which will be Tom Hutchins for this race, 88 and 149. The 18th row of the grid is 234, Tony Wilson, and number 37, which is Jake Severs, 234 and 37 on row 18. Row 19 is car number 46. Now, we don't know who drove in the first race, so we don't know who's driving in this one. Stephen Byrne and Jerry Bailey sharing the car alongside 39, Rob Hardy, 46 and 39. The 20th row of the grid is number 36, Sam McKee, and 59, which should be Mark Court for this race, 36 and 59. Row 21 is number 100, which is Melvin Cockerton, and 197, which is Jonathan Harbour, 100, and then car number 197 on row number 21. Row 22 is 63, Roland Jones, and 17, David Waterhouse, 63 and 17, and the final row of the grid, if they're all there, should be car number 43, which is Paul Lewis, and alongside is number 75, which is Richard Bateman. Just trying to get my television to work, which just seems to have turned itself off for some very strange reason. And then we'll see whether we can pick up on any gaps that are there on the grid. So let's have a quick look for the cars that maybe we could have held a question mark against to see whether there's some gaps. Dominic Malone's car would appear to be there. Yeah, now with black gaffer tape. It had white gaffer tape for the race it tried to get in earlier on, but it's now black gaffer tape on the back. Sorry?
Plenty of tape.
Plenty of tape, and now of the right colour. That was why I questioned whether it was the right car, because it had all white on the back of it from where it had been patched up. And it's now
Speed Boys. Yeah, they've probably been very resourceful and gone out and bought a black roll.
They've now found the black gaffer tape. And I think, it looks as though we've largely got all the cars. Popovich is there. Right, we haven't got Matthew Fielding in the 1 Series there, so that is a gap. Number 93 is not there. Dylan Popovich is on his own, so that's the only gap I can spot so far, actually. So that would be the row number 23. So row number 23? No, position number 23, row number 12. Car number 93 is missing, and other than that, all present and correct for the moment. Last few rows of the grid just being brought into position now. Row number 21 is about to be positioned. Have we got another car missing there? No, right, okay, there's something happened, because maybe there's a revised grid been issued since I printed this out, because there's looking as though there's another gap further down, but it's about to be filled up by another car that I wasn't expecting. So the majority are there. Certainly Matthew Fielding is not. And then we will then get the penultimate race of the day underway. The marshals, I think, now satisfied that everything is good to go. So the green flag waves at the tail end of the field. 5-second board goes up. When the lights go out, the Jags go. When the flag drops, 20 seconds later, there or thereabouts, we'll get the Vroom Builders Open Series on the go. James Ram and Colin Philpott on the front row of the grid for the Jaguars. Lights go out. It is a good start. Right, Dave Griffin, who is within the Vroom Builders, decided he wanted to go when the lights went out rather than the flag. He's now reversing up the grid. James Ram leads the Jaguars. There'll be a slightly longer delay now before we get the Vroom Builders on the way. And say Dave Griffin, when the lights went out, propelled the BMW 2 or 3 rows up. Now the Vroom Builders get going, and it is not a bad start from Dave Griffin. And he did it for real this time, but it is going to be Jamie Sturgis that leads the charge of the Vroom Builders car. Now we finally get them going up towards you for the first time.
Going to see the Jags go through, and it's Ram from Philpott. Robinson is in third place, then Connew in the very nice Group 44 car, followed by Derek Pierce, and all cleanly through. We've got the open cars. Apologies for the crackling in my headset. Struggling a bit is the big Holden, which is about 4 from the back, and just being overtaken by a BMW, now being chased down by a Peugeot.
So it looks like they're all safely through the first couple of corners. The Jags building the speed as they head up towards Church for the first time, with James Ram already starting to gap the pack of cars that sit behind, which include Colin Philpott and, of course, Tom Robinson, who was going well in the damp conditions earlier on. The tail end of his Jag was a pleasure to watch as it continually stepped out of line. But James Ram really has got the jump over everybody else. We're almost side by side for second, third and fourth in the Jags up towards the braking area. Tom Robinson braking as late as he can to draw himself alongside Colin Philpott and in front as they headed towards the braking area for the club chicane. So James Ram leads, Tom Robinson in second, Colin Philpott third, Guy Connew sitting there in fourth place, Lawrence Coppock is in fifth position, and the charge for the lead of the Vroom Builders is going the way of Jamie Sturgis at the moment at the wheel of his Seat Leon from Brad Sheehan. Already though they are starting to pick their way through the tail end of the Jags.
Yep, here they come, and it's Ram who continues to lead, as he did handsomely in the early race, and they reeled him in, didn't they? Robinson is second, Philpott is third, Connew fourth, then it is the 97 car moving up into fifth place. Sturgis is now through the back 2 or 3 Jags, just gone past the Hesketh liveried car with the white and red, the white car with the red and blue stripes down the side and the red numbers. Tony Paxman making some ground in the 57, the pale blue Escort, screaming away. The Martini Lotus is having a bit of a struggle.
Yeah, that's Paul Lewis, isn't it, who came off the back of the grid for this one. The Jaguars at the end of the first lap, 3.150 seconds was what James Ram led everybody by. It's still going to be Tom Robinson's big Jag Saloon there in second place, and then the XJS's with Jamie Sturgis and the car of Brad Sheehan, the leading cars in the Vroom Builders Open Series element of this race, still threading their way through the traffic. But James Ram will have built an ever-increased margin this time through. Tom Robinson is still second. Guy Connew is third. Colin Philpott's dropped to fourth position. Lawrence Coppock is there in fifth place, but is staying out of harm's way because he can see that Jamie Sturgis is desperate to try and feed his way through. Well, I thought he was going to stay out of harm's way. No, he doesn't. He holds Jamie Sturgis up as they head through the chicane, and now that means that Jamie Sturgis is under immense pressure for the lead of the Vroom Builders Open Series section of this race from the BMW of Brad Sheehan as they head up towards Allard on lap number 2. So the fight is on for the lead of the Vroom Builders for sure. James Ram, though, in the leading Jag, disappearing up the road.
Yeah, imperious form by the looks of things. And he's going through. Here comes Jamie Sturgis whistling up the inside of Guy Connew. 199 Seat then up into third place overall. Connew runs really wide on the exit of Cobb, gets gobbled up by Sheehan's BMW.
And the fastest lap of the race on the first flying lap. Car in 15th position, the Golf Mark II of David Hickton. 1 minute 41.657 from David Hickton. Makes you wonder whether Jake Hill might have jumped back behind the wheel of that one. David's a hugely experienced racer of classic saloons, isn't he? But yeah, a quick old lap for a car that's running in the midfield. So they're now on to lap number 3. James Ram is going to be amongst the traffic before too much longer as well. David Waterhouse's MGB Roadster that's going to appear in the Swinging 60s and possibly even the Classic K race tomorrow is going to be placed a lap down before too much longer. Up into second position now has come Brad Sheehan's BMW. Jamie Sturgis is down into third place for the moment. I thought he might have picked up he's gained a couple of places because he started his lap in 5th, but he was the leading Viren Builders Open Series car, but no longer is he.
A spinner here, it's the Holden, I'm afraid, at Cobb, a 180. It gets going again, but struggling, but is clear now. Three drivers in the 41s last time round. It was Sturgis, wasn't it? And Sheehan and Higton.
Yeah, fastest lap of the race that time through went to Sheehan, Brad Sheehan, 1 minute 35.936. So another lap, and he should be into the lead of the race, shouldn't he? Because James Ram was 9 seconds slower.
He is just about in the lead of the race because they're neck and neck. Now he's taken it, so Sheehan goes ahead, going up towards the left-hander at what I always recall as Kimpton.
One car that has really struggled in this one, he's going so slowly through the club chicane, must be destined for the pits this time through. Dylan Popovich at the wheel of Janetta G50. Yeah, he is. He tumbled down through the field so quickly, having started in reality on the 4th row of the grid for the Viren Builders, but was instantly running at the back. But the Janetta G50 heads down pit road this time through, so he's called it a day, I'm afraid.
135.9 is the new fastest lap of the race to Sheehan. Way quicker than anybody else.
Let's see what he can do this time, because he's just heading in towards the braking area for the club chicane. He's already safely put a lap on the Holden Commodore that had the spin near you, the number 46 car that Stephen Byrne shares with Jerry Bailey. Jamie Sturgis also works his way through and past the Holden Commodore, but Brad Sheehan has opened up a very comfortable lead as he heads over the start-finish line and up towards Allard. Jamie Sturgis goes through and is 4.7 seconds adrift. New fastest lap of the race again for our race leader, Brad Sheehan. 1 minute 34.658.
Yeah, he looks very comfortable at the moment. Sturgis, who won early on, seems content to chase at the moment. Ram of the Jags is still third. Motul car. Then it's the 49 Mark Jones Seat, isn't it? It's the Mark Jones, isn't it, who's done a bit of BTCC stuff years back.
Oh, is it? I wasn't aware.
I would think so. From Merseyside somewhere.
Yeah, quite possibly.
And also historics with Lotus Cortinas and things.
Yeah, so that's that.
Renault Laguna Super Tourer.
That's the car that's running in 4th position at the moment.
The Diet Coke BMW is going a bit better this time.
The which BMW?
The Diet Coke car. Griffin.
Right, David Griffin. Yeah, I mean, he was the guy that sort of went when the lights went out rather than when the flag dropped. So he corrected it, but as yet there's still not been a penalty for what he did. So we'll have to wait and see. So our race leader is just now for the 5th time exiting the club chicane. 1 minute 34.658 was the new fastest lap of the race last time through. This time through, what can Brad Sheehan do? The answer is get into the 1 minute 33s as the circuit continues to dry. 133.808 means that the gap between himself and Jamie Sturgis opens up by another 2.25 seconds on that occasion. Here comes the leading Jaguar, James Ram, still running in 3rd place and also having a busy part of it. And now we've got the Golf Mark II, which is scheduled to be David Higton for this race, now running up in 4th position. He's got himself ahead of Mark Jones.
We had a massive tail slide from Sturgis into Campbell that time, but he kept it on the island, fortunately.
There's a good fight going on for 9th and 10th overall, which will be 4th and 5th in the Jaguars.
That's brilliant. 666 has just, the number of the beast, has managed to squeeze round the Seat inside the mini they were lapping and has grabbed the place and is now going after James Ram. So 4th overall now is Higton in the Golf.
Well, that must have swapped between you and I, because he was 4th as he came over the start-finish line, and if the Seat was back ahead, that must have happened at Allard.
He went round the outside of the Seat into Campbell and then squeezed between the Seat and the mini they were lapping at Cobb.
So, yeah, they were busy fighting away. We've got 10 minutes of this race left. Remember, there are no driver changes we need to worry about in this one. It's just a straight 20-minute flat-out blast for which our race leader, Brad Sheehan, is now safely heading on to lap number 7 any second. Let's see whether he can post another improved lap time. No, just a shade slower on that occasion, about 70 thousandths slower than his previous best, but that is still good enough to open up the lead margin, or is it? No, the gap comes down. Jamie Sturgis gets the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 33.190. The gap is coming down. It's now down to 6.3 seconds first to second.
So that's 6/10 clawed back despite the moment he had up here.
Yeah, good fight at the moment for 3rd, 4th and 5th. The leading Jag of James Ram is about to get gobbled up by David Hickton, who's got the Seat Leon still absolutely behind him of Mark Jones. In fact, Mark Jones comes back at David Hickton, as he must have done on the lap prior. He retakes the position back away again. Both of them still bottled up behind the Jag of James Ram, though.
Yeah, Ram's doing a really good job. He's going to lose out at the complex because he won't have the agility, I don't think, to get onto the apex, and he doesn't because the Seat's gone through. The Golf is now trying to go around the outside of the Jag at Cobb and unbelievably does so. So the Rat Golf is now back into 4th place overall and about 50 metres behind the Seat, which is beginning to scarper.
The one thing I have noticed, I'm sure it's been there for a few laps now, but there is very much a rainbow effect on the tarmac around through the club chicane, which is suggesting that somebody's been dropping something. It doesn't continue into the pit lane, it sort of continues around the circuit, but yeah, there's certainly something that's been put down on the club chicane that must have been making it difficult for the last few laps. No such worries for our race leader. On to lap number 8 this time through for Brad Sheehan. Now, that was a 33.8, which is about as good as he's done so far. For Jamie Sturgis, 33.2. It's coming down the right way as far as Sturgis is concerned. With 8 minutes to go, the gap's down to 5.7.
Yeah, the Seat's got some more grip now by the looks of things, and Sturgis is able to use a bit more throttle with confidence. Leader has 3 or 4 cars to overtake. There's still some spots of rain appearing on the commentary box window, I'm afraid to say.
Yeah, there's another big cloud that's just sort of blowing from the southwest, but I think might just go north of the circuit, but might just catch the side of it. 7.5 minutes to go.
One of the drives of the race, certainly, if not the drive of the race, is 666, isn't it? The Golf Mark II.
It is, yeah. I mean, I was told it would be David Hickton for this race. David is a quick racer, but that car has just been monstrous as it's worked its way up through the order.
It's running ahead of the WTCC BMW, which I know has been packed up a couple of times during the day.
Yeah, the ex-Andy Prio championship winning car from some years ago, 2000 and what would it be now? 2003
World
was
Championships and the European Championship year before that, didn't he?
Yeah, a huge career, wasn't it, having switched from single seaters.
You know, it's 25 years since he won the British Hill Climb Championship this year.
That is scary. That is very scary indeed.
Virtually every round.
So that was when we would have had the likes of Graham Hickman in the Jordan as well, wasn't it, going up the hills? So Brad Sheehan back over the start-finish line. Another lap completed, another lap in which he is caught by Jamie Sturgis to the tune of another second. So the gap is now down to 4.7 seconds with 6.5 minutes to go. We've still got this fight going on, not so much as busy as it was now between Seat and Volkswagen Golf, because Mark Jones seems to have, for the moment, escaped the clutches of David Hickton a little bit over the course of this lap. So they're just coming in towards the club chicane now, and the leading Jaguar is still number 99, James Ram. So he's heading for top points again in terms of the Jaguar Championship. But he's also trying to keep Dominic Malone's ex-Andy Prio BMW behind him as well, as those two head over the start-finish line. Watch out for that one, 5th and 6th markers.
I certainly shall. It's got 49 and 666 still together, Jones and Hickton. And here comes Malone up the inside with the Cyclops BMW with one light, clatters over the curb on the inside, is not able to get Ram as a result of that. Has to hang on, have to use the BMW's grunt round the back and aero to get past the Jag, which is outperforming the others by a long, long way.
So You know the progress of the Volkswagen Golf? It's being suggested it is Jake Hill. I did say earlier on I thought it might be Jake Hill behind the wheel the way it was going, and yeah, I think confirmation, not official confirmation, but from somebody that can spot driver overalls and crash helmets, has just suggested it is Jake Hill behind the wheel, which is no surprise the way it's been working its way very quickly up through the order. We've just had a part spin as well for somebody in the club chicane. It was the Richard Harmon driven Honda Civic that had a half spin through the club chicane, and he's now opted to head in towards the pit lane and call it a day. So the leading pair with you, the gap that time round moved back out by a second, so it's back up to 5.7 almost again. And you know what, Jake Hill is actually catching Mark Jones again, so the Seat that had disappeared up the road from the Mark II Golf, well, it's starting to be caught again. Jake Hill was, well, on that lap set, his best lap of the race. He was still actually, 0.1 of a second slower, but you'll see the pair of them together again heading into your sight now.
David Hickton's is one of his sponsors, isn't he? The racetrack man.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what it is. It is Jake Hill. Oh, and Jake Hill comes in so very, very sideways. You hear that? That was a Golf Mark II more sideways than I've ever seen one before that's been got back from the spin.
We've also had the change I was expecting for 5th and 6th place, as James Ram's leading Jaguar has been overtaken by Dominic Malone over the course of that lap, so the number 74 Beamer goes through and ahead of the 99 Jaguar. Second Jag in the field we've got is 4 Tom Robinson, who is in 7th place. Dave Griffin is in 8th place in his Beamer, and the third Jag we've got is Colin Philpott now, who has dropped from 8th to 9th but is still completing the Jaguar podium as such, number 67 that is.
Number 11 Jag has got a sort of missing back bumper and is being harassed by Tony Paxman's Ford Escort Mark 1.
Yeah, that Jaguar.
The leader has got bottled up by a couple of cars. One of them, the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus, and another smaller car, and that has allowed chaser Jamie Sturgis to close in a little.
Jake Hill was sideways near you. He was pretty sideways through the club chicane whilst trying to overtake people, but he then got bottled up behind another back marker midway through, so the gap between Mark Jones at the wheel of the all-white number 49 Seat Leon has now come out by a couple of seconds, so it's now 4 seconds that separate that pair over 3rd and 4th place, and there's not a great deal of time to make that back. 2.5 minutes to go.
A gentler approach to Campbell that time. You know, it's worked quite well.
So our race leader is amongst the traffic at the moment. He is looking to try and lap the 11th place car, which is number 97, Lawrence Kopbock, so should work his way through and past that without too much effort, coming over the start-finish line. So through goes Brad Sheehan onto the penultimate lap of the race, only 2 minutes to go. That lap he did was a 1 minute 36, so there'll be about 25 seconds remaining when he comes over the start-finish line next time through, and the lead advantage is still hovering around 2 3/4 seconds, so controlling the race from the front, I would say, at this stage, just keeping the gap between himself and Sturgis.
Here comes Paxman past the 67 Philpott car, and the leader's in that group as well. Tab on the brakes for Sturgis and the Seat. You can see the BMW 2 cars between them at the moment.
I think the fire's gone out of Jake Hill's belly now, because that lap was a slower lap, whereas for Mark Jones it was the fastest lap that he's done at the wheel of number 49, so ever cementing his position in 3rd at the moment. Good drive though by Jake Hill in the...
Sturgis had halved the gap, hadn't he, to Sheehan that time through. 2.7 seconds.
Yeah, but only a lap and a bit to go now, isn't there? So we'll await the arrival of our...
Constant traffic and more rain.
Not where I am at the moment. I think you're just catching the very edge of the cloud.
I can't see the numbers of half the cars now out of the window because of the rain on the screen.
Right, we've not got anything falling here at all at the moment, so it's unbelievably localised. I thought the cloud was scooting around the edge of us, and yeah, it doesn't look any matter of 400 metres away maybe, and you can see that
Famous Thruxton
certainly looks a lot darker. Yeah. So on to the final lap of the race. You know the gap had come down first to second. It's just gone back out because Brad Sheehan has responded, set the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 32.7. The gap's up to 4.5, nearly 4.6 seconds on the final lap.
This is getting very busy up here, and leader in the middle of a bunch of cars, including the battling pair at about 112 and 234. Sayat is lost out in all of this and has had to brake going round one of the Jaguar XJs. I think that's the car that's been battling with Griffin's BMW. It'll be Robinson, won't it? Who's behind Griffin. Griffin has finally got through.
Yeah. And Jake Hill has caught up with Mark Jones again on that lap. So Mark Jones at really slow lap, at 1 minute 42 almost. Jake Hill at 1 minute 38.2. So the fight is on for third and fourth. They'll be heading up towards you now. The Seat Leon amongst traffic. The Black Golf, Jake Hill, not too far behind, 1.3 seconds.
Yeah, it's playing into the hands of... it's getting very slippery, and it's playing into Jake Hill's hands, isn't it?
Can Jake Hill do it though? Now we're starting to get a few tiny little spits of rain now. Yeah, so it is now raining here now. So you got to have the rain a while ago. Our race leader is about to take the checkered flag though, because the clock has ticked to zero. Brad Sheehan grabs the win at the wheel of car number 128, the BMW. It'll be 199. Jamie Sturgis that finishes in second position at the wheel of his Seat Leon, and then we'll await the arrival of the third place car, which will be heading in towards my site before too much longer. It's down at the far reaches of the circuit with a raft of traffic to deal with for the moment.
Rather unfortunate term, a raft of traffic today.
The Jaguar's over the start-finish line. It's only the top six cars that will finish on the lead lap, I'm afraid. So already the likes of our second place Jaguar, Tom Robinson in eighth position has been the second of the Jags home, and Michael Holt in 10th place will be the third of the Jags home. Are we going to see a shuffle in the order for third and fourth on the final lap? No, we're not, because Mark Jones has everything in hand over Jake Hill as they come through the final twists and turns at the club chicane. It is going to be the Seat Leon of Mark Jones that finishes in third position, number 49. Fourth place goes away of number 666, scheduled to be driven by David Hickton, but Jake Hill, we gather, behind the wheel. Fifth place will go the way of the black BMW of Dominic Malone, who is still getting a bit squirrely coming through the club chicane. So number 74 finishes in fifth place, and James Ram, the leading Jaguar home, and therefore again leading his class, giving him maximum championship points in the class that he represents, which is class D of the Jaguars for the fully modified cars, comes home and finishes in sixth position. Here's the last car, the number 99 car, on the lead lap of the race. A lap adrift in seventh is 34 David Griffin, eighth place is number 4 Tom Robinson, ninth is 57 the Escort Mark 1 of Tony Paxman, and 10th is number 11 Michael Holt at the wheel of his Jaguar. 11th place is 97, which is Lawrence Coppock. 12th place is 163, which is Jeff Beale. 13th is number 70 Tom Lentil. 14th in the end is number 67 Colin Philpott, and then in 15th place, that's where we see car number 88 finish in 15th position. And that sort of brings us down then to the end of the top 15, with Gardner finishing in 15th position. 16th place is number 36, which was Sam McKee for that race, if memory serves me correctly. 17th place is number 19, which is going to be Lee Channing. 18th place is the younger of the two, Hutchins, so 149 will be Tom Hutchin for that race. 19th was number 43, which was Paul Lewis. Just to give you the top 10 again, it was the Jaguar of Michael Seaborn, number 24, that finished in 10th position. So it looks as though Jamie Sturgis may have claimed the win earlier on, but Brad Sheehan just seemed to have the upper hand on him all race there, didn't he? Took the lead and there was no looking back.
Yep, a very accomplished drive from Brad Sheehan, so that's good to see a split result. Always nice when different drivers get to top the virtual podium. Don't have real podiums here at the moment, unfortunately, with this current climate, but nonetheless, a different winner, as we had with the Caterhams earlier on.
And now just one more race to look forward to. So a little bit of clearing up to be done. The final shuffle of the paper for the day. And out onto the circuit very shortly will come the competitors for the Liqui Moly New Millennium race, our final race of the day. Another 40-minute race and therefore another mandatory pit stop.
It's dribbling the whole way as well. Bev, do you want that? Somebody want to take it up to pit the entry and hold it stationary if anybody comes in. Shall we clear that upstairs? We'll clear it upstairs first.
Hold out with the buzzer.
We'll wait to see.
Yeah.
We'll clear it when.
Would you like us to take the
Very liquid does the job. No.
What do we want to do about this?
As long as we have the flag, right, can we make him not drive up? Don't let him drive up this one before.
No. No. You know full well that's all about. No.
No, we're going countdown. We're going in countdown. I can't see anything in the bed. We're just waiting for 1 minute. Is that, do you need it done over the timing thing?
I just want to make sure it's working because it doesn't appear to be charged. I've charged it for 4 hours.
Are you racing?
I'm racing tomorrow, but I can come back at the end of the race if that's better.
Yeah, I will be. I'll have to for just into 1 minute.
Is this the last one?
Yeah, this is the last race.
What I'll do is I'll come and see you
Yeah,
after.
no problem. I'll take three.
So they're quite happy to run with us every pit lane.
Can we just keep everybody, all marshals on this side there? All marshals this side of the arm coat.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, please.
Well, we've reported it. Basically, they're going to ignore it.
Just come here. If all marshals have, keep all marshals on the inside of the grid, we'll go for that option.
Basically, they're ignoring it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, don't press. There's a shower coming in. Yeah. You're... Stand by for missing stars from your route. I think second and third might be missing.
So on to our final race of the day then, the Liquid Molly New Millennium competitors heading out onto circuit. Some of these cars we will have seen throughout the day. A fair chunk of them, though, we will not have. So let's guide you through the grid then for this final race of the day that caters for those cars designed post-2000 model year. Number 85, which will be started by Nigel Ainge, will start on pole position, and alongside is number 98, which should have Russell Humphrey safely on board for part one of the race. 85 and 98 on row number 1. Row 2 of the grid, car number 199, a quick turnaround for Jamie Sturgis. He's back out again immediately at the wheel of the Seat Leon TCR, and alongside is number 11, which is Darren Fielding with his BMW E46. So 199 and 11 on row number 2. The third row of the grid is 36, which is the E36 BMW of Mark Smith. And alongside is number 48, which is Stephen Scott Dunwoody at the wheel of his slightly newer E46. So that's 36 and 48 on row number 3, with row 4 being comprised by number 7, another BMW, another E46, the M3 CSL of David Markison. And alongside is yet another BMW, but it's an E36, number 21, Adam Howarth, 7 and 21. on row number 4. The 5th row of the grid, it's number 3, yet another BMW, Alex Haynes, but at this time he's got the number 9 Ginetta G50 of Dylan Popovic alongside, but Dylan retired from the race earlier on when he was struggling a little bit, so I'm not sure whether we might see that G50 back out if there was a problem with it. And on to row number 6 then, number 49, which will be Robert Taylor at the wheel of the Seat Leon. We've just seen Mark Jones doing great things in the end of that race. Robert Taylor started it, so they're straight back out again. And for company, they've got number 1, which is Andrew Rath at the wheel of his Lotus Europa, 49 and 1 on row number 6. Row 7 is 112, Liam Crilly with the BMW Z4 Coupe. And number 80, for which I don't have a start driver, unfortunately, Andrew and Christopher Etheridge sharing the E46, 112 and 80 on row number 7, with row 8 being 114, 114, David Trigg, and 43, the Lotus Exige Series 2, the supercharged machine that James Tubby shares with Ryan Lewis, is back out again. We don't have the starting driver, 144 and 43. The 9th row of the grid is 46, Jerry Bailey with the Holden Commodore on his own in this one, alongside 135, which is the Nissan 370Z of Paul Bolton. 46 and 135 on row number 9, and row 10 is 86 Jeremy Cook with his BMW M3, the E93 GT4, alongside 113, which is the Renault Clio that Stephen Reynolds will start, 86 and 113 on row number 10, and the 12th, on row number 10, the 11th and final row of the grid is car number 66, which is Mark Culmer at the wheel of yet another BMW. His car is the E36. So with the spits of rain still falling, the big dark cloud, which has largely missed my commentary box, still looking as though it's slightly more ominous over where Marcus Pye is at Campbell Cobb and Seagrave. It's still raining over there, Marcus, is it?
It certainly is, and pretty heavily. It's lighter to my left than it is to my right, so I can see where you are, if I can see the box that you're in.
I could hear it on your roof. So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So that tells its own story, I'm afraid.
Yeah, well, when it was bucketing it down earlier, I could hear it on your roof, and this is the only second time all day that I've been able to hear it, so it must be heavy over there for sure. So let's have a look. Dylan Popovic is back out at the wheel of that Ginetta, so maybe just didn't like the conditions, or maybe they've changed tyres on it or something. There is a gap there, and that is about to be filled, is it, to Liam Crilly's left? Yes, it is. Right, so that's about to be filled to Liam Crilly's left, which is a good sign. And then it's a bit of shuffling being done. Right, so Liam Crilly is on the 5th row of the grid. He should be on the 7th row of the grid. So that BMW needs pushing backwards, I would have thought. And
I miscredited Dylan Popovic's nationality earlier on. Of course, he's from Bosnia. He's born in Sarajevo.
Right.
But we've seen a lot of him at Castle Combe over the years.
Yeah, what was it? You weren't far away because
it was that way, but right.
Yeah, Croatia borders Bosnia. So
yeah, there you go. Well, there you go. Yeah, that's him.
Beautiful part of the world as well, I've got to say.
So my daughter tells me.
Yeah, so all down sort of the Serbia and Montenegro and Bosnia, and yeah, beautiful part of the country.
Bled was a beautiful place to go.
Bled is lovely. That is, Lake Bled is Slovenia.
There you go, all round there. She did 13 countries in 31 days.
Yeah, well, Lake Bled is in Slovenia, which is, I've got to say, yeah, it was Ljubljana, the capital, isn't brilliant, he says, digressing, but yeah, Lake Bled is very pretty.
For all your tourist needs.
Feel like Judith Chalmers. Right, green flag at the tail end of the field, 40-minute race about to get underway. Nigel Ainge, let's have a look, and all the cars not there. Nigel Ainge is...
It was fourth
in the end. I did wonder, yeah, it's lined up fourth on the grid, despite my grid sheet showing it on pole.
That's the one, I think
the erroneous lap, yeah.
When it came into the pits, it triggered the...
Russell Humphrey lights go out. Good start from Russell Humphrey from pole position. Now somebody's very slow away, and Liam Crilly is bottled up behind them and can't get going, I'm afraid. Liam Crilly wanted to get going, but the car ahead of him stalled.
And therefore Taylor, wasn't he, in the Seat?
Couldn't do anything, so they head up towards you for the first time.
Yes, it's the Russell Humphrey yellow BMW Interceptor racing car which arrives first. Second is Jamie Sturgis. Third is the 48 BMW, which is now going for second round the outside of the Seat. BMW, Seat, BMW, and then there's half of Bavaria chasing. Lots of Pferdestärken.
The shuffled grid, unfortunately, of course, when amended grids are issued, it's with current COVID-19 and no paperwork, it's up to me to remember to keep looking for amended grids, and I clearly had missed looking for the amended grid for this one. So that's why we did think it was strange in qualifying, didn't we, that on the last lap, when it was getting wetter, that Qassar had gone quicker. So that sort of tidies that one up. For the moment, though, the car's starting to stretch their legs, and it is Russell Humphrey that leads the charge as they come round through Church Corner for the first time. Just lighter spots of rain now, and thankfully clearer skies in the distance suggests that we might not see any further deterioration, at least for the next few minutes in terms of the conditions. Jamie Sturgis sitting there in second position at this stage. Third place is going to be the first of many BMWs that we've got in this order, and it is going to be the number 48 car of Stephen Scott Dunwoody that is there in third place, albeit very sideways coming out of the club chicane. Fourth is David Markison, and fifth is Mark Smith, but the leading pair have really got away. Russell Humphrey leading from Jamie Sturgis.
Yeah, quick drive for Russell Humphrey, and we know that Jamie Sturgis, the local man, probably no closer race driver to Thruxton, is on good form, so he's tucked in behind. There's a long gap back now to Scott Dunwoody in 48. Then it's the Smith car, white with a pink livery on it. Markison is next through. Then it's the Taylor, Sayat, Popovic, in fact two Ginettas together. Then the Ainge and Qassar Honda, and we know that Qassar is the quicker of the two drivers in that one. Dropping back towards Howarth and the Nissan of Bolton. Yeah, fight is on for the lead of the race, though, by the look of things. The two of them absolutely together, and it looks as though Jamie Sturgis might have taken up the lead of the race down at the far part of the racetrack. So I think that Russell Humphrey is now down into second place. Yet that BMW is not leading anymore. It is Jamie Sturgis that's gone through to grab the lead of the race. Russell Humphrey at the wheel of the E92 BMW down into second position in a straight line as the Beamer got the legs over the Sayat. They're pretty evenly matched, to be fair. Onto the brakes, and this is lap number 2 that's about to be concluded. Jamie Sturgis will lead. He's had plenty of laps around Thruxton so far this weekend. Russell Humphrey sitting on his coattails, though, in second position. It's the E36 of Mark Smith that's now up into third position. Stephen Scott Dunwoody is down into fourth position. David Markison sitting there in fifth place. And then the Seat Leon of Robert Taylor from 11th on the grid is up into sixth. Yep, he was going well previous lap, but now it is Sturgis taking up that advantage, taking up the cudgels, and Russell Humphrey just trying to live with him. But they are way clear. They're through Seagrave and out onto the far side of the circuit before Mark Smith is next. Then it's the 48 car, Scott Dunwoody, then it's Markison, then it's Taylor all together. Gap back then to the two Ginettas. And we've got Popovic in there. And I think that's Trigg, isn't it, behind, isn't it?
Yes, it is, yeah, David Trigg, yeah. Yeah, so that'll be Popovic in 7th, David Trigg in 8th place, Nigel Ainge in the Honda DC5 Integra in 9th place, number 85, and completing the top 10 will be 21, which is Adam Howarth at the wheel of his BMW. But since taking the lead of the race, Jamie Sturgis has already started to gap Russell Humphrey's car. The gap was half a second when they came over the start-finish line, with Sturgis posting that best lap of the race on the first flying lap, a 1:34.655. He'll have extended it this time through to a second and a half, a second and 3/4, I would have thought, something like that by the time they head over the start-finish line. So there goes Jamie Sturgis, 3 laps completed. What does a lap time look like? It is another new fastest lap of the race, 1:32.338, and the gap is actually now up to 2¼ seconds between first and second place. Mark Smith looking safe in third place. Up to fourth on this lap now is the Seat Leon, so Robert Taylor really getting to grips with that. He's now ahead of the 2 BMWs and has gone through Stephen Scott Dunwoody and the car of David Markison, and David Markison also picks off Stephen Scott Dunwoody as well, so Dunwoody losing 2 places on that lap from 4th. Number 48 is now down to 6th.
Lovely bark from the BMW, which is Mark Smith. We'll hand over to Aaron Moulton Smith, his lad, who we know is super quick. And they're a long, long way behind, aren't they? They're kind of 20 seconds away from the leaders, who are scorching around the back of the circuit, even in these conditions. The Z4 Coupe is involved in a tight fight. There's about 7 cars scrapping, with Ainge third of the queue. 4 more, Howarth right on his boot lid.
Yeah, that's sort of 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th. I think if Liam Crilly's at the back of that little train of cars.
These conditions aren't Holden Commodore type weather, are they?
No, they are most definitely not. It's that horrible greasy weather again, isn't it, at the moment? Greasy track surface. Through goes Jamie Sturgis, back over the start-finish line. Russell Humphrey still circulating in second place. Sets his best lap of the race so far, but the gap still comes out by a further second from first to second place. Mark Smith still in third, but not really getting caught, I don't think, by the Seat Leon that sits behind in the hands of Robert Taylor. So the gap between those two when they started this lap was about 3.5 seconds. Might have just come down a shade, but it's not going to have come down a colossal amount. Through goes Mark Smith now, and what was 3.5 seconds third to fourth is 2.5, so it is going the right direction, but it's going to take a couple more laps at least for Robert Taylor to fully catch up with that E36. The best of the fights at the moment is David Trigg backwards, which is 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th and 14th by the look of things. David Trigg has now unfortunately been unpicked by a couple of cars, so it's still a train that heads up towards Allard. You look over your right shoulder, you'll see them all on the way.
Yes, I'm looking up now to see as the Nissan has kind of escaped that group of cars and is closing down on the Ginetta of Popovic. It's the rest of them all scrapping. Oh, and there was a very, very close shave there between 2 of the BMWs. The 2 right behind Ainge, so Haynes and the Etheridge car.
Yeah, I think it was Alex Haynes when the lights went out that just didn't go anywhere, and Liam Crilly dropped the clutch and then realised the BMW ahead of him wasn't going anywhere, and by that time he'd closed the gap sufficiently that he couldn't sort of swerve around it, so he had to sit there and wait till the car that held him up finally got going. New fastest lap of the race again that time through, so Russell Humphrey is starting to try and put in some quick laps again, lapping almost the same time as Jamie Sturgis, but just slightly quicker to get a 1 minute 32.329 in, which gives him the fastest lap of the race. He's still 3 seconds adrift, a big old gap back still though for third and fourth, which is now beginning to brew into a battle, because Mark Smith is now being caught fully by Robert Taylor. The gap was 3.5 seconds, it came down to 2.5, it's now down to 0.4 of a second, so they're pretty much together as they head out of Allard. BMW from Seat, third and fourth rather.
Yeah, Aaron Moulton Smith will be waiting in the pit lane eagerly to get into his father's BMW and take it over and try to improve upon that third position currently. It's a big ask, but he's certainly fast enough. Taylor inching closer and closer. Ooh, the Nissan I thought wasn't going to stop for the complex that time. It was one of those desperate leap on the brakes, off the brakes, leap on the brakes, throw it a little bit, and some screeches from the tyres, but he got round.
Race leaders already back round and through, and to the naked eye, I think the gap's coming down again this time through. Jamie Sturgis pops in the fastest lap of the race, but a split second later, through goes Russell Humphrey and raises the bar and gets it 0.3 of a second lower. So it's a 131.8 from Sturgis, a 131.5 from Russell Humphrey. 2.9, nearly 3 seconds exist between the pair of them, and the pit window markers will also be opening within the next 10 seconds.
Okay, so that will probably allow some further down the field to stop on their 7th lap should they desire, put their quicker driver in.
A change for third as well. It does look as though Mark Smith has lost out to Robert Taylor, so the Seat Eurocopa goes through, takes the place away, and now that means that Mark Smith in the E36 is down to fourth.
Will that hasten his decision to put the lad into bat, I wonder?
Quite possibly. Next time they come round, the pit window is now open, so they could roll the dice next time through. As for the train of cars at the tail end of the field, it's a good battle. It's being headed by Alex Haynes now, by the look of things, from David Trigg's Ginetta, then Nigel Ainge, then the red BMW, which is behind that, which is going to be the Etheridges, and then Andrew Rath's Lotus. So That's just heading up towards Allard now. Good little fight.
Here's the Nissan. It had turned in this time, as he does, 135, but Howarth right behind. 112, the Z4 of Crilly is there with Popovic on his tail. And Danny Cassar will be very keen to get into the Honda. The Hillwood Autos car, which is pretty much wedged under the wing of Triggs Ginetta. It's closer again between the leaders, I'd say, at this side of the circuit. It's not 2 seconds, I wouldn't have thought.
Yeah, it was 2.6 when they came past me. Mark Smith, having dropped the number 36 car from third down to fourth, is now coming under pressure for fourth place because he's got the slightly newer car of David Marcusson tucked up right behind him. David Marcusson is trying to sneak through on the right-hand side, which also gives him the inside line for Allard, and job done. Signed, sealed and delivered for David Marcusson. He now moves up into fourth place, and Mark Smith, who was third a few laps ago, finds himself down in fifth position. So, yeah, that maybe is time to bring him in. Our first pit stopper is in, which is Stephen Scott Dunwoody. Number 48 vacates sixth position and heads down pit road. So he's the first of the scheduled pit stoppers.
Marcusson with that extravagant aero on his BMW now, as you say, ahead of Mark Smith, who is just dropping back. So it is time to make the change.
I'm surprised we've not brought Nigel Ainge in yet as well.
The very sideways Nissan 370.
And Jamie Sturgis is in. So into the pit lane comes Jamie Sturgis from the lead of the race.
Is the BMW following suit?
No, it's not. No. So it will continue up towards you.
Is he the quicker driver of the two? I suspect he may well be Russell Humphrey. Mark Wyatt's no slouch by any stretch of the imagination.
The race leader is now on his 9th lap of the race. The third place car coming up towards me now, which is Robert Taylor, with then David Marcusson having acquired fourth place away from the E36 M3 of Mark Smith. Mark Smith still not diving for the pit lane as yet, though, so those two still continue over the start-finish line. And then behind them we've got another little fight that's going on, which is between the Nissan of Paul Bolton, who is fighting away with the number 21 BMW of Adam Howarth. Those two were together coming up Woodham Hill, and Paul Bolton has lost 7th place here because Howarth has gone through at the wheel of the Howarth Homes supported Beamer.
Yes, waiting for them. There's big lull in proceedings here because the previous three cars are now going out of my sight to my left, and here come Howarth in 21 and Bolton, Crilly chasing them with the 112. And there's Popovic, who's dropped back quite a chunk. So leader Humphrey then through here for the 9th time.
Yeah, Dylan Popovic's times are just getting slower and slower again. He's slapping slower than the next 2 or 3 cars behind him, so I don't think all is going to plan still for the number 9 Ginetta G50. Jamie Sturgis has completed his pit stop and is now back out on circuit. And we'll be hoping that he can press on. Now, the best of the fights at the moment is for 3rd and 4th, and you could argue 5th because Mark Smith isn't that far away, but all of a sudden the Seat Leon of Robert Taylor has been caught by the charging David Marcusson and is looking to try and work his way through the order. Now, this is actually for 2nd and 3rd, with the pit stoppers already having sort of taken their mandatory pit stop aspect, so they head towards you. BMW putting Seat Leon under pressure.
And going past, in fact, between Campbell and Cobb. So that's David Marcusson through. Smith still hanging in there.
Nissan in the pit lane, Paul Bolton. Dylan Popovic joins him this time through. Now, is that the mandatory pit stop for the Ginetta, or is that retirement? Because that car has been getting slower, hasn't it? I think David Trigg might be coming in on this lap as well. Yeah, the number 144 Ginetta heads down pit lane. So that's only, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars, including the retirement of Mark Coulmer, who has never reappeared, that have been in the pit road area. Jamie Sturgis over the start-finish line, running down in 15th position at this stage, a lap off the lead, but of course he arguably is going to be right at the sharp end again as and when we cycle through the pit stops. And Holden Commodore is in as well, Jerry Bailey.
Saying Ainge is a lap 10th, isn't he? And Etheridge and Trigg behind them. But Markusson now 55 seconds almost behind leader Humphrey.
Yeah, and last time through, Russell Humphrey set another new fastest lap of the race as well, 1 minute 31.317, so he's not having to sort of try and focus on closing in on the race leader. He can just keep pressing on because he is the race leader and trying to extend that gap and seeing whether the pendulum might swing in favour of their car when Russell Humphrey jumps out and hands it over to Mark Wyatt for part 2 of the race. Now, pit window still another 8 minutes away from closing, so loads of time.
Those chasing cars, the Markusson, Taylor and Smith, are still really close together. If they pit together, this could be a bit of a photo finish for third.
Yeah, it's only David Markusson remain behind the wheel as well. Driver changes for the others. Right now we see heading into the pit lane the Honda. So that brings the Integra into the pit lane. Nigel Ainge about to hand over to Danny Cassar. And bet your bottom dollar that the first flying lap for Danny Cassar will be a quick one. He's so quick every time you see him out of the box. Unbelievably quick. Does the out lap, presses on straight away, and usually then pops in a very quick lap. So that little fight that you were talking about for what is second, third and fourth on the road just coming past me now, but David Markusson dives to the pit lane this time through, and so does Mark Smith. So it's only the lane of Robert Taylor that stays out there. So 2 more in the pit lane. Mark Smith, number 36, about to give way to his son Aaron Moulton Smith, and David Markusson, number 7, at the wheel of the slightly newer E46 in the pit lane to serve their mandatory pit stop, still with 6 3/4 minutes of the pit window remaining open. Few spits of rain beginning to appear though again, I'm afraid. Story of the day rather, isn't it?
Sort of omnipresent, sort of lurking in the wings, isn't it?
So our race leader round through Allard. Might be a few spits of rain, but it doesn't stop Russell Humphrey putting in another new fastest lap of the race, you know. 1 minute 30 rather, 0.529 for Russell Humphrey on that occasion. So still no let up in his pace. What kind of times is Jamie Sturgis doing? Well, Jamie's just done his best overall lap of the race. He's still down in 11th, slowly working his way up through the order, but that is 1 minute 31.3, almost a 1 minute 31.4, so 0.9 of a second quicker than Jamie Sturgis was the race leader that time through, and arguably they're going to be the two fighting for the lead once we cycle through the pit stops.
Yeah, Sturgis can keep going as he's doing though, and of course the new driver in the lead BMW will have to find his feet over a lap or so.
Yeah.
So that might be the difference. Sturgis in 199 then goes through, goes past the Nissan, the red BMW ahead of it. Car now. Here comes Danny Cassar in the 85 Honda. This is the sort of sighting lap for Danny, and then he'll really start to push.
Thought we might see the race leader in there for a split second, but no, still continuing round goes Russell Humphrey. We do now have, however, the number 21 car of Adam Howarth into the pit lane. We also saw the Renault Clio of Stephen Reynolds coming in, so that will be a driver change taking place there. John Ridgeon will jump on board for part 2 of the race. 4.5 minutes of the pit window still remaining open. Into the pit lane comes Alex Haynes, so he takes the opportunity to bring the number 3 car in over the course of this lap. very, very, very sideways. Stephen Scott Dunwoody coming out of the club chicane, got the rear wheels on the curb. The curbs are still very wet, and despite the fact that he was trying to tame the tail end of the car by easing off the throttle, the wheels were still spinning every time he planted his foot back down again briefly. Another car in as well. We're going to see the number 80 BMW in, so that is the Etheridge's BMW heading down pit road. So the vast majority, 3/4 of the field, have now pitted. The lead two, however, haven't. That being
They've stopped this lap, haven't they?
They should be able to squeeze another one out. Just under 4 minutes of the window still open. So as long as you break the beam at pit in,
okay,
you're good.
So Humphreys, we've established, is going to run as long as he can before putting Wyatt in.
And it looks like they might be doing the same for the Seat Leon as well, of Robert Taylor, who's made good progress, hasn't he, from the grid? And that car's through now in second and didn't pit that time through either. So Robert Humphrey this lap. Yes, race leader is in. So into the pit lane comes, Russell Humphrey. I said Robert. Russell Humphrey comes in, ready to hand the car over. The race leading number 98 BMW to Mark Wyatt for part 2 of the race. But it's where that car feeds out. Once it's completed its stop relative to Jamie Sturgis that is the important thing. And then can Mark get up to speed straight away? Liam Crilly is also in at the wheel of the Z4 Coupe.
Yeah, Sturgis was 6th last time through on 12 laps. So the stagger is unwinding as people stop.
Yeah, and the 3 cars that are ahead of him are all in the pits at the moment. Liam Crilly, the Howarth BMW, and Alex Haynes and his BMW, so they're all serving their pit stops. So Jamie Sturgis will get by them all without too much of an issue because they should still be in the pit lane area. Alex Haynes just heading out now, so he completes his pit stop.
There goes Sturgis then, up into 4th place.
Here comes Danny Cassar over the start-finish line. This will be the first flying lap behind the wheel of number 85 Honda. What can Danny Cassar do? Its previous best is a 1 minute 40.7. First flying lap that he does is a 1 minute 38.339. Gains 2 places. The number 43 Lotus is in. So this is James Tubby and Ryan Lewis sharing that car. And now that means that it's only the Seat Leon that we haven't seen come in. It's got 2 more minutes to come into the pit lane. So surely before too much longer, Robert Taylor will turn right coming out of the club chicane, head into the pit lane and let Mark Jones take over. And then we'll give you
1 minute and 17 seconds between the leader and the Seat of Taylor, running second on the timing line.
Right, BMW just heading out of pit lane, which is Mark Wyatt. Jamie Sturgis just coming through the club chicane. Now the BMW is at pit lane exit heading up towards Allard. Jamie Sturgis now goes over the start-finish line. He's got a bit of traffic to deal with, but Mark Wyatt will just about lead from Jamie Sturgis, probably by, 10 car lengths when they appear into your sight.
That's not a lot when you've got to find your way, and Sturgis stopped on lap 8. So he's done 6 in the conditions which are evolving, and the gap is 3 car lengths maybe up here.
Yeah. So the Seat Leon must go into the pits this time, because next time round the pit window will have closed. So we've got to see this number 49 car come into the pits this time, otherwise it will pit after the pit stop window, and it is indeed perfectly timed at the very back end of the pit stop window for Robert Taylor to bring the car in, Mark Jones to take over. They have got pit to car radio in that car, so it's nice and easy for them to communicate. So that is, in theory, the race leader as it comes into the pit lane, but of course it is going to lose the lead of the race very shortly, as and when we get the Mark Wyatt and Jamie Sturgis battle back into sight.
Yeah, with Sturgis ahead.
Yeah, back part of the circuit. He's just side this way through and past, hasn't he? So Jamie Sturgis will go back into the lead.
He's ahead before they even got out of my sight, yeah.
Yeah, no, you go back into the lead once he goes over the start-finish line.
Yes,
yep.
yeah.
So he will reassert himself back into that position. And then we can give you a full rundown of the order a lap or so later. There are 14 3/4 minutes to go, so pit window has closed. Everybody has served or is serving their pit stops. Number 199 Jamie Sturgis goes over the start finish line and won't show on the timing screens that he's in the lead, but he is in the lead because the car that is showing on the timing screens in the lead is stationary in the pit lane at the moment. So 199 Jamie Sturgis leads. It is going to be Mark Wyatt's BMW in second position. And who's going to go through in third? It should be number 7, David Marcuson, who will be there in third place.
Yes,
he's got a long way adrift, isn't he?
Badly stuck at the complex about 20 seconds ago behind Triggs Ginetta. Couldn't get round him at the second part of it or the third.
But he's got enough of a gap, hasn't he, now between himself and Aaron Moulton-Smith, so as not to worry particularly. He can just tread carefully, can't he, through the traffic. There's about 9.5 seconds between that pair.
48, there was Scott Dunwoody having problems getting past the Holden, which is way down the order in 17th place, the number 46 car of Jerry Bailey.
Yeah, only now is David Marcuson appearing into sight in the club chicane. So he is the best part of 40 seconds adrift of the car up the road from him. Mark Wyatt's BMW. Through it goes. David Marcuson, what's the gap? Well, no, it's 64 seconds adrift. So, yeah, colossal gap from what is second to third in reality in the race. But Jamie Sturgis is certainly looking as though he's good for another win here, isn't he? 13 minutes to go, still plenty of time.
You'd say so. He's got the BMW broken with his pace.
Yeah, just having a look towards. Now, are those clouds in the distance 13 minutes away?
Which the Taylor Jones Seat and the Moulton Smith BMW locked together past here.
Stephen Scott Dunwoody is very good value coming out of the club chicane, continually sideways, not to 45 degrees, but to about 20 to 25 degrees, with very little let off of the power, just lots of steering input just to try and keep the tail end in check. So
he's running 8th in the car 48, but he doesn't seem to be catching anybody, enjoying himself too much.
A 1:39 lap time, which is a lot slower than cars behind him, is suggesting that, yeah, he's enjoying himself more than anything and isn't going to worry about lap times. But he does need to be careful. If he keeps getting it too sideways, he might see that Nissan of Paul Bolton close back up again before too much longer. There's 4.5 seconds between the pair of them, but the Nissan was 2.2 seconds quicker over the course of that lap. So a quick run down through the order then, now that we've cycled all the way through the pit stops. Car number 199, Jamie Sturgis, leads the race at the wheel of his Seat Leon by 12 3/4 seconds almost from Mark Wyatt's number 98 BMW that's in second place. Third is number 7, which is David Marcuson, but he's a full minute adrift of the car ahead of him, but is closing to a fairly substantive degree as well, 3 and a bit seconds quicker over the course of that lap. Fourth is number 36, which is the BMW of Aaron Moulton-Smith, and fifth at the moment is now going to be the number 49 Seat Leon, which is in the hands of Mark Jones. Sixth is number 21, which is Adam Howard's BMW. Seventh is Liam Crilly's Z4. Eighth is number 48, Stephen Scott Dunwoody. Ninth is the Nissan, number 135, Paul Bolton. And Alex Haynes, number 3, wraps up the top 10. And as I say that, another sideways moment. Stephen Scott Dunwoody doing what he's done lap after lap after lap coming out of the club chicane, but doing that lap about a second quicker than his previous best. Still getting caught, though, by the Nissan. That's now just 2.3 seconds adrift, Marcus. They'll be heading towards you.
Yep, I should be watching for that. I'm watching for the progress of Aaron Moulton-Smith in the 36 BMW as well. Here's Scott Dunwoody in 48. Behind him, Bolton in 135, the Nissan 370Z. And then it's Haynes behind them in the number 3 BMW.
A few spits of rain beginning to fall again, I'm afraid.
Guess I had the impudence to flick to flash the headlights of the Honda to try to warn Jerry Bailey in the Holden that he was approaching. Coming up to the complex, he's got it through between Cobb and Seagrave, and out into the country he goes.
Seat Leon about to lap Seat Leon, which will mean that once Jamie Sturgis has got through and ahead of Mark Jones, it will only be the top 4 cars that will remain on the lead lap. Such has been the progress and the pace of Jamie Sturgis and Russell Humphrey, of course, in the early stages of the race. Now, you were talking about Aaron Moulton-Smith, weren't you? Well, his progress is good at the moment, 1.8 seconds quicker than David Marcusson's slightly newer E46 ahead. Now, that would be a fight for 3rd and 4th that could potentially brew. 6 seconds adrift, 9.5 minutes to go.
That's right. He took nearly a couple of seconds, didn't he? That time, and looking strong.
Stephen Scott Dunwoody has decided that going sideways is not quite going to be quick enough for him, so he has now brought the number 48 BMW into the pit lane and has perhaps decided that he's had enough fun, but the lack of adhesion probably means he's only going to head in one direction, so into the pit lane he comes.
Lots of locked tyres and brakes from the Nissan approaching Campbell.
Jerry Bailey's Holden Commodore comes in as well on the same lap, so not entirely sure what his problem was. So you've had the leading pair go through and past you. Here comes David Marcusson in 3rd place, number 7. Aaron Moulton-Smith closed to the tune of 2 seconds last time through. This time through, he is closed to the tune of about 1.8 seconds, so it's down to 3.3 now. That is more than doable with 8.5 minutes to go. The E46 of David Marcusson will come under pressure, I'm sure.
Yep, he gets a whiff for podium here, doesn't he? And Aaron Moulton-Smith, who runs the Speed team up in Brackley, no stranger to Thruxton, no stranger to doing well at Thruxton either. And the Clio gives Sturgis a bit of a chop in the middle of the complex, as was his right. It was his line. And still battling to try and get past it is Jamie Sturgis. Goes down one side, then the other. Finally chooses the right on the exit of the complex. 2 Lotuses together, the martini coloured one and the vivid green car.
Look over your shoulder, Marcus. You've got the fight for 7th, 8th and 9th coming to you as well. BMW, Nissan and another BMW.
Oh, yes. Yeah, Howarth heading that group in the 21 BMW. Howarth with Bolton and Haynes tucked in behind.
So Jamie Sturgis leading 27 seconds up the road from Mark Wyatt. Here comes David Marcusson in 3rd place, 7 minutes to go. The gap was 3.3 seconds between himself and Aaron Moulton-Smith, who's continually popped in his best laps of the race. That was a slightly slower lap from him. It was the best lap that David Marcusson has done, but the gap between the pairs still comes down by another 0.9 of a second, so it's now down to 2.4 with 7 minutes to go. The fight for 3rd and 4th still not quite there, but it's a matter of time, I think, more than anything.
Yes, that looks right, and they're looming in their mirrors is 199 race leader Jamie Sturgis, who's another charge. Oh, lots of understeer for the Clio.
The conditions just starting to deteriorate again here. More and more wipers coming on each of those cars each lap. And certainly for Paul Bolton, he is under pressure. Alex Haynes dives up the inside at what is Allard and goes through there, so that's a change for 8th position. The Nissan losing out to the number 3 BMW. Alex Haynes grabs the place. So leading pair through again. Gap 1st to 2nd coming out by about 5 seconds a lap. As for the 3rd and 4th place battle, well, it is now fully formed, I would say. Aaron Moulton-Smith has worked beautifully hard at catching up with David Marcusson. Now, the hard work really starts, I'm afraid, because now you've caught, you've got to try and see what you might be able to do. There was just 0.6 of a second between the two of them. The catalyst here for a bit of change might be the car of Dylan Popovich's Ginetta is just up the road from this pair behind.
Yes. There's a great snort of induction roar from one of the BMWs, and the BMWs now are, I wouldn't say nose to tail, but as Marcusson struggles to go around Popovich, and as he dives out of the way to the left, out of the complex, he reveals the black car of Popovich to Moulton Smith, who I don't think had appreciated quite how close he was. He had to jab on the brakes and dive out, so he's made it, but the order still remains the same among the BMWs. But they're nose to tail round the back, they're slipstreaming each other.
Yeah, they'll be slipstreaming each other again as they head down in towards the area of Church Corner, with Aaron Moulton Smith getting ever closer to the E46, the slightly newer shaped car of David Marcusson that sits ahead. Is he going to be close enough to try anything at the club chicane? Well, he's not quite right up onto terms with him as yet. David Marcusson, as long as he gets his braking point right, should be able to keep the E36 behind without too much of an issue. So through the right-hand element, through the middle part, the left-hander, back to the right-hander. Aaron Moulton Smith on the exit of the corner will try and get the power down a bit earlier. They still can't quite, though, edge the car up and right up onto terms. Now, these two only just remain on the lead lap as well, because look in their mirrors, Jamie Sturgis is beginning to close in. There's still 4 minutes to go, so we could end up with only the lead two cars on the same lap here.
We could, well, Casso in 10th is in the 36s, and he's actually lapping quicker than the cars which are 5th and 6th, I think, Taylor Jones, Seat and Crilly. So he's lost touch with those he was being asked to chase down. There's no way he's going to catch them, but he's still trying really hard.
Yeah, Danny Cassar will never give up. He will still keep pushing as hard as he possibly can, but as things stand, he's sort of going to struggle to get right up onto terms with them. Over the start-finish line's gone the race leader. Here comes the second-place car of Mark Wyatt. Now, his lap times have just dropped right off, aren't they? The car's now lapping about...
Plummeted, haven't they?
12 seconds slower. Yeah, I mean, it was a 1:39 his previous lap, which was 9 seconds slower than the car had been doing in Russell Humphrey's hands, but that was a further 3 seconds off that.
Yeah, there was some traffic involved, which kind of held him up, and he's got the same situation now. He's got one of the Ginettas, that's the 144 trig car, which he can't get through.
So, fight
as a result of which Haynes closes in, and Howarth having a real go coming back at the Bolton Nissan.
Can Aaron Moulton Smith do anything about David Marcusson this time on the exit of the club chicane? No, still not quite. The race leader can see them just up the road as well, so it's still third and fourth nose to tail. The race leader closing to try and put a lap on them, and now Jamie Sturgis will be on to his penultimate lap of the race as well, Marcus.
Yep, he will. And then nose to tail up into the complex this time, and Marcusson's car understeers a little bit. Moulton Smith flicks his to the right, now trying to get a better application of power coming out of the complex to feed in that speed round the back and build on it. And they're together, but I think Marcusson's got more grunt, and I think Moulton Smith just a bit more ambitious.
Yeah, the V8 engine car ahead of the 6-cylinder car. The two Lotuses busy fighting away with each other. That is for the second in class as well, is it? No, fourth and fifth in class, I ought to say. They will be fighting for the two Lotus cars. The Tubby Lewis car ahead of Andrew Rath's car, with Liam Crilly's BMW not that far behind as well, but Liam Crilly is on a lap higher. Now we've had a spin coming out of the chicane, and it's the number 21 BMW, Adam Howarth, that's rotated through 360 degrees, and at the moment hasn't got the engine fired back into life. Our race leader is already safely over the start-finish line, but as for the fight for third and fourth, as close as they've ever been. So they will be together as they come in towards the club chicane, and I think Jamie Sturgis isn't going to lap them, so he will be now heading on to his final lap of the race.
Gassar's making really good progress. He's trying so hard, finding more grip now, and certainly getting very enthusiastic.
So you've got the leader and the third and fourth place battle heading to you.
Yep, and they're all together. We've got third Marcusson, fourth Moulton Smith, and leader Jamie Sturgis all together. Now I wonder whether Sturgis can get his way past Moulton Smith. Aaron can use the tow from the Seat to attack Marcusson coming up the hill. In theory, that could happen.
Yeah, he's running out of time though if he wants to try and steal the place away and grab that final podium spot.
It's not helped because Marcusson has to brake for the left-hander after the complex, and Moulton Smith keeps his foot in, then has to lift and loses momentum.
Yeah, Jamie Sturgis is trying to get in between the two of them, is he, at the moment?
Oh,
Yeah, down at the far
so
part of the circuit, they are very close. Jamie Sturgis, the race leader, is right with them as well. Now, is he going to let them have another lap to sort it out, or is he going to lap both of them? We'll have to wait and see. They're out of church for the final time. Jamie Sturgis is going to get a dominant win, but are we going to get another lap out of the third and fourth place battle? David Marcuson still under pressure from Aaron Moulton-Smith. Is Jamie Sturgis going to sneak by one or t'other of them on the way in towards the club chicane? Yes, he sneaks past Aaron Moulton-Smith, which might just mean then that David Marcuson has one more lap to do, I'm afraid. So Jamie Sturgis will grab the win, and for Aaron Moulton-Smith, he will not get another lap to try and attack for the final podium spot. Jamie Sturgis claims the win. It is going to be a second place for the pairing of Russell Humphrey and Mark Wyatt in second place, but that car really went off the boil midway through. David Marcuson still has one more lap to do at the wheel of the number 7 car, but that secures him third position. Or does it? Because it's just shown up he's got a time penalty for circuit limits, I'm afraid, on our timing screens. So that might rather undo it a little bit. Yeah, it just shows as a red dot, an exclamation mark that's there, but it doesn't tell me what the time penalty is on that timing screen. So I think David Marcuson might have sort of unravelled himself, Marcus, in the closing stages of that one.
But Marcuson wasn't lapped, was he?
He wasn't lapped, but he's been given a time penalty.
But he will therefore still complete 25 laps, won't he? Which will be a lap ahead of his pursuer.
Yeah. But for the moment, I think as they came over the start-finish line, because Aaron Moulton-Smith was less than the time penalty behind David Marcuson, it's awarded Aaron Moulton-Smith on the timing screen the checkered flag in third, and hopefully it will correct itself when David Marcuson comes around next time through, because he will, have completed that extra lap.
Exactly, but at the moment, of course, he's going very slowly. He'll probably come into the pit lane in the company of the race winner.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever had it where you've had the race leader catching up with them and they've been split them, and then one's been given a time penalty. I think there's right, so David Marcuson is going to take the checkered flag. Right, let's just wait. He goes over the start-finish line, should move back up from fourth to third, if the theory's right. Yes, he does. Right, so that has corrected itself. So number 199, Jamie Sturgis, claims the win, the final win of the day. Second place goes the way of 98, which is Russell Humphrey and Mark Wyatt, and third is number 7, David Marcuson. Fourth in the end was number 36, which was Mark Smith and James Moulton-Smith. Fifth place for 49, which was Robert Taylor and Mark Jones, and Liam Crilly, car number 112, finishes in 6th place. 7th goes the way of number 3, Mark Haynes. 8th is 135, Peter Bolton. 9th in the end for 85, Nigel Ainge and Danny Cassan. Completing the top 10 was Adam Houth, despite his spin, number 21, coming out of the club chicane.
The Ainge Cassan Honda was only 1.6 seconds behind Bolton at the flag, which represented a really good chase.
It was 15th, I think, when Danny Cassan took over, so it did work its way well and truly through the order. 11th was number 9, Dylan Popovich. 12th was number 1, Andrew Rath, the leading Lotus over the line in the end, because they were having a good little battle, the two Lotus cars. James Tubby and Ryan Lewis finishing behind in the end in 13th place. David Trigg, number 144, was 14th. The Etheridge's BMW, number 80, was there in 15th place. And 16th, the last of the finishers, was the Renault Clio of Stephen Reynolds and John Ridgeon. Marcus, a busy day. Some great racing, some racing that didn't quite go to plan with a mixture of weather and other things, but thoroughly enjoyable, huge grids and great variety as ever.
Very much so, and a safe day's racing, which is always very welcome, and well done to the marshals for all their hard work. They stood out in the most inclement conditions I've seen for a long while, and all power to them. The Orange Army retreating to their bases, and they'll be back tomorrow, I've absolutely no doubt, for more of the same.
So thanks, Marcus, for all of your help out there. Thoroughly enjoyed it. We'll do it all again tomorrow.
Great pleasure. Look forward, and good night, everybody.
There we go. So thanks to Marcus Pye for his sterling efforts out there, bringing us all of the action from Campbell, Cobb and Seagrave. But that is it for the first day of racing here for the Classic Sports Car Club. More to come tomorrow. Qualifying gets underway at 8:55 in the morning with the special saloons and mod sports. There will then be a church break between about 9:20 and 11:15 before we then get the next of the qualifying sessions underway at 10:45 in the morning with the Adams and Page swinging 60s. We'll carry on through qualifying with the likes of the Co-World Sport Tin Tops and Mintex Classic K before we then get our first race of the day. Prior to the lunch break, we'll see the special saloons and mod sports head out. Short afternoon break before we then get More racing in the afternoon with the Swinging 60s, the Future Classics, another race for the Mod Sports, the Tin Tops and the Mintex Classic K. A busy day ahead. If you're staying here at the circuit, then do please remember the additional social distancing rules that are in place and the fact that some of the catering facilities you may have had to have pre-ordered your food. If you're heading home, safe journey, everybody. And if you're not coming back tomorrow, then we will see you up at Snetterton in a few weeks' time. And for those of you that have been listening on TSL, the first ever broadcast of the Snetterton commentary via the TSL website, thanks for tuning in. From Marcus Pye, myself, Mark Werrell. Good evening, everybody. We'll see you here tomorrow at Thruxton. Goodbye.
Yeah, they're pretty much nearly, they're all mine. See the lady you need to see? It's right there.
Sorry?
That's the lady you need to see there.
Right, where's you going to go?
No, that's the lady. You need to speak to her.
Oh, yeah?
Not me. I'm innocent.
Can you interrogate this transponder?
Yeah, you have to come up.
Up where? Upstairs?
Yeah,
go
going
on.
up in a second.
Just got a bad order.
Vicky, I thank you for your consent.
I will fix everybody.
Oh, right. I don't think I have a single thing that is dry at the moment.
Not touch yourself.
Oh, me? Not been dry for years now.
This is the way we like it.
That's all, folks.